right, fellas. Welcome everyone to the Spaces. My name is Kalu Aja, and I usually host spaces on the themes of economy, finance, that's personal finance, and of course investing. Right. So today is kind of special. Today is the 4th of July. This is when the United States of America celebrates her anniversary, and whatever you might say about the U.S., it's been a good success story for that nation. A former colony of the UK got the independence and have built this economy based on capitalism, pursuit of happiness and all that kind of stuff. Now they have a stock market that is the most largest, most liquid in the entire world. They have a credit system that is, it works. Home ownership, wealth is created in America. There's the American dream. Everyone wants to go to America, and everyone wants to make it in America. But you have to look at America and peel back that onion and start to say, hey, is everyone really, getting that American dream? Is everyone really, really tapping into that American dream? And the answer, of course, is going to be no. America is a very stratified society, right? Where you have very, very rich people and very, 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 very poor people. But in terms of demographics, I think it's pretty clear that in America, African Americans, and when I mean African Americans, I'm talking about the African Americans that were descendants of slaves who were brought to America, also talking about the immigrants, just that whole demographic. There'll be outliers, right? But just taking that demographic as a whole body. The data shows that group has been the laggard in terms of economic growth and prosperity in America. And that's what we're going to talk about, right? We're not going to victim shame. The idea is not to say this is what they're doing wrong, right? And then this is why they're not. We want to see what's going on. The idea is, what can we learn from that? If this is the problem, what is the solution? And then how can we impact that solution in our own personal lives? That's essentially what we want to do. So if you would allow me, I'll just give you the data, and I'm going to share the data as well on the tweet series, right? Let me just give you the data, what we're talking about and why this is a bit important. So I'm reading the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve. So they do a report, I think it's every 2 years, but I'm looking at the report for 2020. And again, I'm just going to plug that up for you guys, just so you can also follow as well. And it's just talking about, they look at demographics in America, and they look and say, hey, where are we in terms of wealth disparities and wealth outcomes, right? That's what they're looking at. So it's whites, it's blacks, it's Latinos, and of course it's others. Others are going to be Pacific Islanders, all that kind of stuff. But to look at those 4 demographics, and I'll just share that onto the spaces. So if you look at that link, you can follow and you can see the data we're talking about. So the first big data point, right, is going to be just median net worth, like just the net worth, median average net worth across families in America. Should we say, if we can use that word, the richest demographic in America is going to be the white, the Caucasian homes. So they would have, give or take, about 188,200 on average. That's essentially what they have on average. 188, $200,000. That's the average white family has that. If you compare that to the black families, right, the average income for the black family is about 24,000 US. So you're going from about the 188,000 average for a white family to about 24,000 on average. This is on average, right, for a black family. This is a massive gap. And like I said, you can follow, because I've shared the tweet out with you guys. So why is there such a gap like this, right? There are many reasons, but that's what we're going to try to get into, right? And just to give you context, what about the Hispanics? The Hispanics, I believe, are doing, should we say, better than the African Americans. They're about 36,000. So still a huge gap from 36,000 for Hispanics to 188,000 for the whites, but doing a lot better than the blacks that are 24,000. Others are doing a lot better than both the Hispanics and the blacks. So even if we just stop there as a data point and take that data point, we can then start to ask ourselves, okay, what's going on? What happened? Was it a fault of that demographic, or were there policies that happened that put the Black race in America at a disadvantage? The answer clearly is that there were policies. It's not by accident that the Black population in America is where it is. No, it's by design. So it's by design of America. You could say it was planned prior to the abolition of giving, say, civil rights, but by design, Black folks and the Black demographics in America were put in a position where they are about 24,000 average income, and the whites about 188,000 income. And I'll give you a clear example to back up my claim. Let's look at housing. First of all, let's give the data point for housing. Who owns homes in America and why it's important, right? So across the board, if you look at age groups in America, it's also in that report I shared with you. If you look at under 35s, under 55 years old, and over 55, across those three age groups in America, white families own their homes. So you would have about nearly 49% of Americans under 35 own their own homes. If you look at the Americans below 55 years old, nearly 72% own their own homes, right? Over 55, again, more than about 83% of white Americans own their own homes. If you compare that figure with Black families, right, we're talking give or take about 18% of Americans own their own homes under 35. Same thing under 55, give or take about 50% of Americans own their own homes that are Black. And then if you look at over 55, which is these guys are supposed to be retired and have a lot of equity, right? Just under 60% of Black families own their own homes. When you compare that figure with over 83% of white families owning their own home. So you see a clear distinction in terms of home ownership between Black families and white families. So why is this important? Let me give you a quote by President George W. Bush, and he's basically is summarizing the thinking, right, of the American business and policy elite. He says, home ownership is the pathway to wealth in America. That's essentially what he said. And before he said that, that had been the policy of America for ages. When immigrants came to America, they were given, should we say, loans, and suburbs were developed. And Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, these are institutions that did mortgage refinancing, were created to essentially allow the banks to lend money to immigrants that were coming from Europe. And those immigrants could borrow from the banks, and the banks would lend them, but the banks would then give the money, sell those loans to a third party, Fannie and Freddie Mac. That created liquidity in the system and enabled the creation of this mortgage market that we see in America today. So there was a clear policy that was enacted, not just by words, to say, we're going to make your home ownership the first real wealth that you're going to have. And then we're going to make it easy for you to get wealth by owning a home. And even the banks that lend to you will take the risk of the banks. If you banks just keep the loans, and when you have the loans, sell the loans to us, and you're golden. But when all this was going on, Blacks were not allowed to participate in this because they had no rights. They had no economic rights. So when the US government was investing in home ownership for its citizens, Blacks did not participate. When you had the civil rights movement and Blacks were then able to participate, there was still what you call redlining. So now Blacks could participate, Blacks could go get a loan, Blacks could own a home, but the banks then had what you call, they would designate areas as a red line, which means they would not lend to those areas. So even if you can get a loan, if you go to a loan, let me use Nigerian terms. If you say you go to a bank, to a bank, and you say you live in, say, Lekki, just an example, the bank will say, we don't lend to Lekki. If you can't get any loan to buy a home in Lekki, then you can't buy a home in Lekki. Simple and short. Or the banks will tell you that if you own a home in Mushi, we will not do insurance on those homes. So the homes lose value because you can't use those homes as collateral. Nobody will buy a home that they cannot refinance. So when you do that for centuries, Blacks own homes in quote, but those homes have no economic value. It's just rent. No, they're not paying rent. If you do that over time, then you see this huge disparity where one demographic would own homes and the other demographic would not own homes. But why homes? Why are homes important to wealth in America? Because there's a product that you can get in America where you can monetize the value of your home. So it's called a home equity line of credit. And what it means is if I have a home and my home is worth 10 million naira, I could go to the bank and tell the bank, I want to borrow money. I don't want to sell my house. I just want to borrow money and use my house as collateral. So just give me 100,000 based on the collateral of my house. Those loans are like for 25 years. They typically have the lowest interest rates in all of America. So you have a 10-year, 15-year, 25-year loan at a very, very low interest rate. And the thing about those loans is that you don't even have to spend the money. You can get the money and put it in the bank and you can take it when you want it. So it's like an emergency fund, right? You can take this money, put it in the bank account. It just sits in your bank account. You're not charged interest. It just sits there. If you want the money, you then go and take it out and you only pay interest on what you take out. So come back to America now. You then have white families, because they own homes, are able to get a cheap source of financing for their business, to send their kids to college, and also for an emergency fund because they own a home. How did they get those homes? Because they got a subsidy from the federal government to buy a home in the suburbs, financed by federal institutions called the Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. So if you were white, you could buy a home and you had access to emergency fund. So if you want to start a business today, you simply take a mortgage on your home and you have capital to start a home. It's easy, very, very easy, right? And then your kids, because your home value then appreciates, if you get to 55 or 60 or you get pretty old, you can transfer your home to your kids. So your kids get that equity of that home. And imagine that home has built up equity for years. Your kids also get the equity. So your kids then become instantly quote unquote rich because they've got equity and they can put that equity in the market again and get emergency funds, i.e. cash. This is the thing about homes in America. That's why the President of America, George W. Bush, said the pathway to wealth goes via home ownership. It's their system. I think now almost everyone copies them now. I think the UK and all that, you have all the same. You can do a mortgage and get cash out mortgage, cash out refis and all that kind of stuff. But this is the structure of America. And you see it essentially now. We've started talking about, first of all, the demographics, who is rich. We've talked now about homes ownership, right? Let me show you the practical example. Again, back to the article I just shared with you guys on the chat. They're asking a question now, right? For all the demographics, what is the one source of capital? If you were, for instance, black or you were white, what's the one source of capital that you are looking forward to, right? For white families, right, 29, nearly 30% of them have received an inheritance. Nearly 30% of white folks have received an inheritance. For blacks, it's just 10%. For blacks, it's just 10%, right? Of that inheritance they received, how much was that inheritance? For whites, it's almost 196,000 US dollars. For blacks, just about 100,000 US dollars. Now they asked whites and blacks, can you get $3,000 from your family or your friends? So if you had to raise $3,000, can you get it from your family or your friend? The white families, nearly 72%. The black families, just 40%. Just 40%, right? Then the last question, which I think is very, very key. Are you expecting an inheritance? For white families, 17%. For black families, just 6%. So what you then see in these answers is this forwarding of the benefits, right? Of this compounded benefits of having a home and being white. That's essentially what you're then seeing carry forward. So if you are white and you have kids, you can transfer your home to them. You can transfer your equity to them. You can raise $3,000 from your family or your friends because they can do a HELOC. They don't have to have cash. They have to have an asset. And that asset can generate cash for them by simply walking into the bank. And this is why it's so important that we're talking about this today. Because if you do not understand the whole concept of mortgages, of how mortgages can be liquidated into getting cash, and you do not plug that back into the demographics in America, then to you it looks like the black folks are not doing too well. No, the black folks have actually done more than enough without those subsidies that the whites have enjoyed. This is the picture in America right now where we are. And like I said, that the article has tons, and it's from the US government itself, so it has tons of valid data there that you can look at and follow. So I'm going to allow folks to talk very soon, but how can we solve this, right? If you listen to the press, every time you hear Americans talking about equity, and all that, we had George Floyd, I think it was a year or two ago, right? And with the George Floyd, you had a lot of folks saying, hey, we're going to donate to black causes, we're going to donate to black businesses and all that kind of stuff. I saw a report about 62 or 67 billion have been pledged, 67 billion pledged. Give or take about just a billion or less than a billion has actually been released, right, out of all those pledges made by the corporate. But that is a different topic entirely. The thing is, when we say we want to help, right, what's the best way to fix this? What's the best way to fix this imbalance in America, where you have black families not being as rich, in quote, than white families? How can we fix this? Let me give you my own suggestion, then everyone can step in. I think the way you fix this is this. You have to go back to home ownership. I see your hands. Everyone's going to speak, don't worry. You have to go back to home ownership, and you've got to tell the American government has got to say, we are going to guarantee that black families will get a home. Right now in America, if you want to buy a home, you have to do what's called a down payment. So if you want to buy a home is say worth $100,000, you have got to do a down payment. Normally it's about 20%. If you're a first-time buyer, you can do about maybe 5% if you want to, but you have to pay this insurance, this PM insurance. Why don't the government reverse this and say, listen, if you're a first-time home buyer and you are black, right, the US government will guarantee 75% of your down payment. 75% of your down payment will be guaranteed if you're a first-time home buyer and you're black. On the condition that if you buy that home, you cannot sell that home to a non-BIPOC, i.e. non-black immigrant or person of color, for the next 10 years. So if you get this home and the US government pays 75%, you can cap the purchase price. You can say $400,000, that's fine. You can't sell that home for the next 10 years. So that way you guarantee that this demographic that has not participated in this home ownership drive because they were caught out the market by redlining and civil rights laws, right? They can get into home ownership. That's the first thing you want to do. And you've got to take away this concept of credit. I'm going to talk about credit real quick. The way credit is structured in America, you have to take a loan to show you don't need a loan. Doesn't make any sense. Black families pay rent. Black families use their phones. That's enough paperwork to show that if they took a loan, they can pay back. They don't have to get a loan. Because if you don't have a credit score, you can't get a home. So credit scores also hold this demographic back. And I think that if you start off with home ownership, and I can go into detail, I did an article and I'm going to share the article again on Twitter of how you can do this. This affirmative action has got to be an economic affirmative action to get homes to black people. You can do something else. You can say if you're a white family and you want to downsize, you want to sell your home and move to another state, if you sell your home to a BIPOC family, a black immigrant family, you pay no capital gains taxes. So if I'm white and I want to avoid paying taxes, I have to go look for a black person to sell my home to. These two are just broad ideas we can flesh out. I've done a lot of fleshing out in the article, but I think it's a good start for us. It has got to go back to home ownership so that blacks can build equity and blacks can build emergency funds that they can then use and they can then have an inheritance. So guys, I'll stop there, right? And I'm going to let everyone come in and speak. So I've got Giraffe, Mansai, Ishak, and Eniola. Let's start with Giraffe and then we'll take from there. Guys, let's keep it civil. Let's all learn. Thank you so much. Giraffe, go for it. Philip, Pira, 92. Sure. I like the music. Are you gonna say anything? Oh my God. All right, guys. I hear you, sir. Are you gonna say anything or should I move on? I see you're from Cuba. How are you doing? All right. Masai, what's up?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, you mean he's trolling or kicking out because I think he's trolling. I don't think he's serious. But yeah, thank you for the chat and thank you for inviting everyone. When it comes to the racial wealth gap between African American and white Americans, what a lot of people don't realize or don't get is this country had like 100 years of Jim Crow,
Correct.
which is nothing but wealth extrapolation for African Americans. So if you go to any economics or sociology department or political science department in the United States, they're going to tell you that there has to be some type of public policy to remedy these policies that were placed in the Jim Crow that restricted African, like redlining, convict leasing, all different types of things.
I agree.
Dr. Sarah Garrity, who does a good study on this, because his argument is like, for African Americans to receive $12 trillion of reparations, that will close the black wealth gap. And he's been talking about that for years. The thing is, whenever there are policies that's supposed to remedy and help African American communities, it always gets done at the state level, and the state discriminates heavily on African Americans. And that's why a lot of these policies have to go through the federal government. Once it's federal backed, the state has to, abide by it. That's the whole thing with Jim Crow.
Yeah.
Jim Crow laws were sanctioned by the state. It's somewhat the federal government, but it was mainly sanctioned by the state. So this is why in the 1940s and 50s, when the GI Bill came out, the federal government handed the GI Bills to the state. And the state didn't want to give it to the black veterans, so they dispersed them into the white veterans, because the GI Bill is what helped a lot of white families get out of poverty. You know about the GI Bill. Things like that. So home ownership, like I think about 43% of African Americans own their home and the rest are renters. There's never been a time in American history post-enslavement, post-emancipation, where African Americans have owned their home. We've always been renters. And a lot of people like to go with these trickle-down economic talking points that we spend our money on frivolous things. But if you look at the data, majority of where we're spending our money on is rent and utilities. That's what's taking up in bills. So that's what's taking up all our money. So a lot of times we don't have disposable income to save. If you look at it across racial lines, majority of Americans don't even have $500 in their savings. This is across all racial lines. So it shows you that the wealth income, America is an economic stratified society. So I like to project this image to the world that it's like this very peaceful state, racially equitable society like Brazil.
You're correct.
They're racially stratified based off of economics. If you look at that, like for instance, African Americans had tech jobs. It was an article that came out last December by Yahoo News. African Americans and Hispanics have the tech degrees, but they're not getting hired in tech positions. So this is a matter of bias and discrimination that the federal government is just not doing anything about it. And we've looked at the data many times where African Americans are the last hired and the first fired. It's the same in the African American community.
Well, let me give you the figures actually, right? African Americans under 35, they have disposable income $600. The same for whites, $25,000. So African Americans have $600 as disposable income. Goes to the point you're making about when you pay all this rent and utilities, you have nothing left. The same age, 25 to 600. I mean, that gap is just too wide.
Yeah, if you look at it too, I think somewhere I'm not sure, but they said about 45% of African Americans have a net zero network, meaning they have no assets or anything. That's what net wealth. Because all your net wealth is basically your income and your savings minus all your debts. So we have a 0% net wealth. And the average white family has about like $180,000 in wealth. And mainly wealth comes, like we're saying, comes from home ownership. So the only thing is I support a federally government-backed home ownership to remedy this situation. It has to come from the federal government. It can't be state legislated. It has to be policies come from the federal government. Because when it comes from the federal government, discrimination, it will make it hard for states to discriminate.
So I mean, the way I think it would work is to say, go and apply, just go and apply for a mortgage, but the mortgage kicks in from, say, Freddie or so. You like how they did the PPP. You go through your normal bank, but the PPP, the federal government at the federal level will come in and guarantee that loan. Because once the banks see that, listen, there is no risk per se in issuing this loan, then of course they're going to just want to make the money off the raising the loans. I agree with you on the federal side of it. It's got to be top down, really saying we want to give loans to first-time home buyers that are Black. We want to target that demographic. You have got to pass a bill to put in frameworks and punishments for guys that abuse it. It has to be a bill. It can't be a policy or a 4-year program. It's got to be like a civil rights bill or federal housing act bill, something like that.
Yeah, because if you last year, the data shows Wells Fargo and a lot of the big banks when it comes to home ownership discriminate a lot against African Americans. There was an African American guy who had an income of $200,000.
Yeah.
He tried to get a loan from Wells Fargo and they discriminated against him. And many people said they wouldn't think the main obvious reason because it's Black. So Wells Fargo released out a bunch of data showing, and it showed that poor whites were able to give home loans than poor African Americans. Mm-hmm. So if you look at the wealth disparity, even among income lines, you'll find out that even poor whites have a higher income than poor African Americans. Mm-hmm. Even a white person with a high school degree has a higher income, has a higher net wealth than an African American with a bachelor's degree. So this shows you that this is more of a societal issue that the structures of the society have to be reshaped to make a more equitable future.
Completely agree with you.
There's also has to be policy driven, but the thing is, America is a conservative nation, so 70% of the country, white, they lean right wing, and right wingers do not fundamentally believe in any type of economic mobility, any type of thing. They believe that if you work hard, you get it, and that's just not true.
Okay.
Like, there's no amount of saving a person can do to get themselves out of poverty.
I agree. Good point.
But thanks for the space.
Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere, Master. I'm going to come back to you. Just hang around there as a speaker, right? Okay. I appreciate your comments. Eniola, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very, very well. Thank you. What's on your mind, bro? Did you hear our intro? What's your take?
Yeah, my take is actually, I think you've already talked a lot about the policy aspect of things, like what the government needs to do and everything. And I think I will take it a bit to the personal aspects, to the Black society in general, what we can also do to improve things on our own. And in general, I will talk about, why is it like African American, or I would call it African American, I would call it just Black community, which include African and South, the poorest demographic in the United States. So I think the first aspect I'm going to be talking about is actually the education aspect. If you look at the statistics aspect of, there are some, I would say there are some irrelevant, I would say there are some education in the United States that their program, if you study, you will end up probably not getting a good job outside there. And then this kind of program are mostly relevant in the Black community a lot. I mean, if you look at statistics, I'm talking about from statistics perspective here, social services, social studies like social service, history are mostly studied in Black community compared to other whites and then Asian races. And then imagine if we both go to the same school, we both probably going to get the same load of, let's say, $80,000 on average. So that's another thing. School is so expensive in the United States. So $80,000 loan for the same. And I'm studying, let's say I'm studying computer science and the other person studying, history. So if you get out of the same school, I'm probably going to get like $120 job, while you're probably going to be getting $40,000 job. And then that already created a life space. Since there's a salary, a life gap between the salary, and that's already created a life space in our wealth distribution, because you will probably be spending the next 12 years working on paying back your loans. Why I'm probably the next 3 years I'm done with my loan and I start doing wealth. So I know that not everybody has the strength of studying in the STEM field, but I think there are sellable skills out there that even with history, you should be able to get. And then companies in the United States will also see this, a lot of discrepancy in gap. So they are also working so much in their diversity and inclusion. I mean, Google, my company, a lot of companies out there are working so big on diversity and inclusion so that Black community can come in. But if you don't have the right skills, then how can you be enabled to work on those kind of projects. So, and then some companies right now are also working very hard. Like, there is a higher chance for a black man to get a job if they have the same level of skills with a white man, and then they pass the interview as a white man as well, just because of this diversity advantage. So my first aspect is the education aspect. Like, I think black community needs to do very well in terms of sellable skills in the society.
I hear you, Dela. I hear you. If I could just make a point before you continue, right? I think the point I make is this, right? Even if you had a rocket scientist that was black and you had a rocket scientist that was white, the point I'm making is that institutionally, from when America started to the 60s, the white rocket scientist has a family that has built up wealth, their own homes, their own lands, that he is always going to have an advantage, that he could go back and get a loan from his parents. He could get references from his family that the black rocket scientist would not get. The black rocket scientist has to start from, say, scratch. I mean, he had redlining. This is the point I think your point you're making is though valid. I'm saying, what about that we are not starting up at the same level, even if you have the qualifications? This is the point.
Okay, yeah, that's a very tough one. Because, I mean, if you're not starting at the same level, I think the black in the Congress and everything should actually advocate for us more in terms of, okay, there's a lot of disparity already, there's a lot of discrepancy already, and then to fill that gap, I think there have to be new policies from the government perspective. I don't think there's anything an individual can do. So that's why I was talking about individual aspect. But since we are not starting, since we are looking at it from a policy perspective, I think more of it has to come from who we are elected to the office, and then how they can actually make some changes over.
Yeah, because it's one thing to give. Juneteenth is now a federal holiday. So Juneteenth is we're celebrating when blacks got their emancipation and all that. Juneteenth is a holiday. It is to do that, right? And it's easy to wear their Akwete cloth and all that kind of stuff. But I'm talking of, there has to be, very, very deep economic policies passed. Because if you don't, like Mansa said, I totally agree. If you don't have the federal government in America coming to the banks and saying you have to do this, in American banks right now, you cannot stop someone from getting a loan because of his race or ethnicity. As a matter of fact, when you apply for a loan, they capture your race, your ethnicity, and all that, and it's sent to a database so that the government can look and see where you are lending to. You have to lend in your community. So if you are, say, in Linwood, you've got to lend to Linwood, and the government will track who you're lending to. We have to do this now, so we say at a large level, and ask companies, who are you hiring, right? What schools are you giving money to? Things like that, where the guys that you're giving loans to that are small businesses, who owns them? How did you evaluate? Even private equity firms, where are you investing your money? What opportunities are you looking at, and where are you diverting money to? This, I think, has to be, people don't change, but laws help people to change. And I think unless you change those laws, you can't catch up. How would you catch up, especially now that homes are so expensive now and interest rates are now going to go up? How does a black boy that is 18 years old, just graduated, how is he going to afford a home if he cannot get 20% down payment or 5% down payment from his parents? How does he leave apartments to go buy a house in a suburb? This is the question that I struggle with, and the data shows it is going to be very, very hard to fix. Yeah, so this is just my take. And Eniola, I looked at the data whilst you were speaking. I tried to pull up educational achievements across the board. It's still the same thing, Eniola. White homes, white schools get more teachers, white schools get more resources. We've passed the Brown versus Board of Education, right? So it's supposed to be no more equal but separate. It's supposed to be equality across the board. But I'm looking at the status and trends in the education of racial and economic groups. There's a report 2018. Still the same thing, white. It's all geared towards, should we say, towards one side of the equation. And once it's like that, it becomes very, very difficult, even if you work hard. The movies give us a different take. But the point is, even if you are working hard, you are trying to crawl out of a deep hole if you are a black man. And this is the point. Let's talk about credit. Let me just dive into credit a bit. To get a loan in America, you've got to show at least, I would say, 2 years to get a mortgage, 2 years credit scores. You can't show a phone record. You can't show a rental record. You can't show anything but a loan, right? This means that if you do not qualify, if you are a low-income worker and you do not qualify to get a loan, it's difficult for you to build credit, which makes it difficult for you to apply for a loan. So it's like chicken and egg. You have to get a loan to get a loan. But if you don't have good credit, you can't get a loan. But if you don't get a loan, you can't have good credit. So the way it's done here is that parents will put their kids on their credit cards or on a loan or sign up with the kid. And then the kid, whilst the kid's in university, starts to spend and gets a bit of credit, right? He gets that credit history because he's on the loan with his dad and he's getting that credit history. But if you take it back now to a black family, if the mom has 2 jobs, right, and cannot get credit, then she's leaving school or he's leaving school and he has no one to attach himself onto to get that good credit. He can pay bills, but bills are not credit scores. So that's another thing that is taking a big chunk of minorities away from this home ownership. I'm going back to home ownership. It's taking them away from it because they can't get credit to pay this initial down payment. So this is, the data just screams at me, and I'm just saying there is no way you can't work hard and achieve what you're being asked to achieve. It has to be federal help from above. And I'm just going to go back to what I'm saying. Number one, I think the federal government should guarantee, put a cap and say $400,000 loans, right? That's the cap we would pay for. Then come in and say, for instance, that you are going to pay 75. Flip that equation around. Instead of I paying 80, let the government pay the 80. Let me pay the 20. Let the government guarantee that rate, that payment, the down payment for me. Then say I cannot sell that home for the next 10 years, only for BIPOC. I think that's a good starting point. Kevin, do you agree with me?
Well, I don't disagree or necessarily agree. I just want to add some pertinent information. So the Homestead Act was in like the 1800s to allow white folks to buy acres for pennies on the dollar.
Precisely.
And so what you're saying literally is true. All the wealth in America was created by the government for white families. So, like the idea of our government helping us is not like far-fetched. But if you look at other circumstances, here's just kind of another view for you. Your question about African Americans is like not specific to the USA.
Correct.
Every place in the Americas, Africans are the poorest.
Correct.
And so the question marks about how to fix our circumstances have to do with Pan-Africanism. Because if we looked at America by itself, just all of America, North, South, Central, as a Pan-Africans, we're the largest nation.
Yeah.
We're the largest nation. There are more Pan-Africans in Brazil and Colombia than there are in Nigeria.
Correct.
So it has to be a global effort for us as Africans to reclaim what the whites have stole from us. So the reparations call has to be on both sides. If Africa had all of our ancestors stolen, you should be calling to get your payback and to get us back. That's the only cure, because it takes a nation to fight a nation. We as individuals can't fight the American government.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I don't fault reparations. I want it to be targeted. In America, in the continent of America, reparations to me should be home ownership, should be that sort of stuff, right? For Africa, I think a good place is to say you're going to cancel the debt. Canceling the debt. Most of this debt is not that the Africans borrowed, but it's the rollover of interest, compounded interest over time. Look at Haiti. Haiti did not borrow billions of dollars, but they were blockaded by the French and made to pay almost 300 times what these were slaves. They were made to pay more than 300%, right? Till today, the legacy of that payment still haunts them. Haiti is the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere, right? If you emigrate from Haiti to America illegally, you are deported on sight. But if you're Cuban, you're not deported on sight, right? Why has Haiti's debt not been forgiven? Why has it been not a big Marshall Plan for Haiti? Why are we talking all this equity in France? Why can France not go back to Haiti and pay back that money that they blockaded Haiti and gotten? This is the thing that comes to my mind when I see reparations. These are easy fixes that we could do right now, but we don't do them. We make it sound so complicated. Oh, we have to do means testing. We have to do this. We have to do that. Haiti is a case study, right? Outside Americas. Then the continent of Africa. I mean, America gave Africa the African Growth and Opportunities Act that says you can export products to America without paying taxes and fees. That was perfect because that was trade. It wasn't aid, right? You could trade your way into prosperity. We need more of that from Africa to all parts so that Africans can trade intra and of course externally. So Kevin, great points with the Homestead Act you brought up. Great points there, and I appreciate you. If you want to hang around, would love to have you here. I've got Dimage, John Daw. How you doing?
Hey, how's everyone doing?
We're trying our best, Dimage. Where are you calling in from?
I'm calling from New York.
Hey.
I'm Nigerian, but I live in New York City.
Great.
I mean, I've heard like a lot of the things people have said, especially the points they've raised about why African Americans are in the situation they are, and just like the last speaker, Kevin, spoke about, like, this isn't something the government is going to fix. Like, the U.S. government knows how to fix the issue. They know what to do. They know how to bring the laws. They know what kind of laws to make. They have experts that can come up with these things. Like, the fact that we're here talking about it shows that the brightest people have come up with these things, but is it beneficial for the system that's in place? I think that's the question you need to ask, and it's never like, they're never going to be able to, like, them gifting you your freedom is not something that's in their best interest. So I doubt it's going to come from, like, I mean, yes, we can talk about politics and how you want to play the politics game, but I doubt, like, this, by the time you've created a strategy that's going to be able to work, it's not going to be, like, I think this is just, it's something that we as Africans, like the other guy said about Pan-Africanism, I think we need to figure out a sort of like technological way for us to communicate, trade, and improve the economies of all the African nations until, like, African and Black leadership starts demanding these things from, like, places like Europe and like the US and the Western societies in general. Nothing is going to happen. We need, like, African leadership to start coming up and demanding it, and that's when these issues are going to be put into the front of, like in front of the queue and actually start getting solved.
So question for you. So my take is, I think you're right. No one's going to help you. No one helps anybody. Nobody's going to help anybody. But the point is, the US government has made this a policy of inclusion, of raising minorities.
Yeah, but that's just politics, you know. Like,
so make them pay. Hold them to account. Hold them to account.
Man, people have tried. Like, I mean, being Nigerian, like, honestly, being Nigerian and coming here and just, like, learning the story of their own. You know, there's a lot I look at now, and then I understand why, even in Africa, we were taught certain things, and we're not taught certain things about the struggle, the African American struggle, or the struggle of the different parts of Africa. Like, why is it that Martin Luther's story was so taught to us, but Malcolm X's story was not even, we knew everybody, all the people that surrounded around Malcolm X, like Elijah Muhammad Ali, Martin Luther, like everybody that was around him, they taught us about them, but they didn't teach us about Malcolm. And if you go into Malcolm, you understand, like you start to see that his story actually tells more about not just Black people as like Pan-Africanism and Black people as a people globally around the world, but also tells about the story of how certain things happen to us, like, you know. And once you start looking into those things and seeing, I think we need to, like, I really think we need our own private spaces, not spaces like this, but private spaces where we don't have trolls like that first guy that came in and was just playing music, you understand? We need our private spaces to come up with like good strategies, good economic strategies where, like, something I tell myself is a lot of, I'm not going to say a lot of Africans, but I thank God I've been fortunate enough to be born into the class of Nigerians that were able to send me to decent schools in like America. And I think what the African Americans lack, we have, and what we lack, they have. So we need to just come together. We need to come together and be like, okay, they need funds, they need resources, they need all these things. We have all these things. We don't understand the system the way they do. They understand the system way better than we do.
Good point.
They understand like how to create like businesses and institutions and things that can work in such an economy. You understand? They understand the law. They understand like all this mortgage and housing stuff. I've learned so much from them just talking to them. And I'm trying, you know, like we don't have papers, so it's like we have to work for these companies till we get our visas and papers before we can even start to do. But we can give them the funds because we have the funds. We can give it to them and be like, yo, let's start something joint. You know, when I figure out my papers, we'll continue from there. Or, you know, let's, you know, stuff like that. If we come together and use all the different advantages that we have across the board, I believe we can make, like, we can show them that we don't need them, and they will be not coming to meet us again. Because as it is now, I really doubt, like, that's why I'm focused on creating like good crypto spaces. I'm like researching DAOs and being able to create these spaces where we can actually build something that is, you know, something that is tangible and that will be able, we can, you know, move money around, move information and money around to make like real difference and real improvements, you know. I
agree. I think you've great points you've raised. Great points. Can you hang around so that we can, like, you know, more of just have you come back? You know, Kevin's got his hand up. Kevin, what's up? You want to ask something back?
Well, you know, I wanted to speak to what the brother. Thank you all for being on here, but I want to speak to what the brother just said. Like, it's about, because I think it's about perspective. Like, right now, we are Africans from all over the world talking in a platform about African freedom, and you know, this is where it starts. And the thing that's like kind of not really heard is that the fact, like what you're talking about with France, it's also the same for ECOWAS. They control all the gold. They're holding all this ECOWAS African gold. If Africans were to demand that the French gave the gold back,
that would.
The brother asked the question, what's the benefit to whiteness? And the answer is, we would stop immigrating to their countries if we had control of our economy.
True. I mean, when I first started to hear about this gold, Gaddafi gold, I thought it was one big conspiracy, you know, that, oh, they killed the guy because of gold. And now, you know, you do some research and you get shocked at what you hear. So just for folks that don't follow, in the West African countries, the French West African countries, and I think also the French Central African countries, their gold reserves are in France, right? And in return for their gold reserves being in France, France issues a currency. So the CFA is issued by, of course, the African countries, but it's backed by France and it's quote unquote pegged to the euro. So France says, we're going to give you a stable currency. In return, you have to put your gold in France. So they get that, but their funds are in France and they get to borrow from their own money. It doesn't make any sense, right? And it's again, I go back to France. France is very, very good at this égalité. We are all in it together. But when you drill down into what they are doing, how can you take someone's money, put it in your own country, issue them currency and then say, well, go ahead and spend, but you can't do deficit spending, then that gold from the African countries, France uses that gold to put in the euros and then gets borrowing rights from the euros to help the French economy, then lends money to the African countries that they then pay interest on. It's just a round around, doesn't make any sense. And if you ever try in those French countries to talk about this or to say anything about it, suddenly a coup happens. We had the Olympio in Togo, talked about it, a coup happened. Right? Gaddafi, crazy guy. Gaddafi was crazy, but he made the point that why can't we have a currency in Africa backed by gold, and he was prepared to back the Libyan oil reserves, to back this currency, and suddenly the democracy came to Libya. So it sounds like conspiracy theory, but when you drill down, you start to see all this stuff going on that you wonder, hey, yeah.
Sorry, Kamu, but what you're saying is true. Like the brother that spoke about France, he needs to understand that in Africa, Africa is just as corrupt as the West. We're just as corrupt in Africa. There are people that are benefiting from France keeping that gold and keeping that system in place. And that's why I said with the current system, we need to stop. It's not a conspiracy, it's common sense. Why on earth would you borrow someone your resources so the person can lend
it back to you?
You you don't need to. High school students can tell you that. A high school student can reason.
But when you say this, John, people think that you're saying some convoluted, complicated thing. It's very simple. The French folks went to West Africa and South Africa, took their gold to France, then issued the French-speaking African countries a currency. Then the French-speaking African countries have to go back to France to borrow money from France to run their economies. But their gold is in France.
Okay, so my background in for work, since I graduated college, I've been working with high frequency trading systems. So seeing I worked at Deutsche Bank, Bank of America, and now I'm at Bloomberg, and just understanding even the stock market for me was something that blew my mind when I started working on it. I figured it out. I was like, this is just not fair. It's not fair to African nations what is really going on. It's just not fair. How are they pricing commodities that they don't even produce, commodities they don't have, and then you have all these bankers pricing these things, betting on, this country is going to produce more of cocoa, this country is going to produce. Bro, and they're making money and they're making millions. I'm talking when COVID hit America, my team, not my department, my particular team, we were making over $600 million a day. Our boss said, no one touched the systems. Nobody's pushing code anymore. Let the system just run. We don't know what we coded. And by the way, the stock market now is just, we've created a monster. We've created a monster. Guys, money, Bitcoin. Anyway, I don't want to start going into different topics. Let's stick to the main.
I mean, look at the climate. NICU. Look at the climate talk right now going on, where the West is telling you because of Ukraine war. The West says, okay, we are going to go back to coal, and we don't want you guys to import fertilizer from Russia because we want to sanction Russia. So Africa says, okay, great. Can we make our own fertilizer? The West says no. That would count against Europe's climate goals. So the Europe is doing coal and is sanctioning Russian fertilizer. Africa says we want to build fertilizer. Europe says no. If you build fertilizer plants, that would count against Europe's climate goals. Because they lend us the money. This is the thing we're talking about in this space. If we don't decouple.
What's the defense budget of Africa?
I have no idea.
So everything will be mathematical until you understand defense. If America budgets $616 billion, for example, or let's say range it to $1 trillion, it's defense per se, because even if you have something of value, if you can protect it, the one that has the energy will definitely come and take over it. So it's defense. It's not really beating on any others. It's defense. And if you understand, there are deeper issues to discuss. I think that's just the surface. And the real issue would be the UN Security Council. Because if the 6 permanent members of the UN Security Council take a decision, it is binding on the world. It happened in Libya. So that is where go read the UN Charter, and you understand that countries are actually.
Yeah, but how many decisions do they take? What decisions have they taken? Give me on Russia. What are they taking?
I use Libya, for example. Libya was a sovereign state.
But there was no UN. Was there a UN?
There was a UN Security Council resolution.
That resolution that what?
A no-fly zone in Libya, and they effected that, but it was only pitched further. How was it pitched further? It was pitched further, and Gaddafi was killed. So what am I saying? I would not jump into the rhetorics of Africa, America. It's just to understand defense. Once you understand defense, even simple logic. Why is Nigeria where it is today? Why are they stealing your crude oil? Why are they kidnapping people and killing people? It's because you're not protecting that thing that is of value. What did Trump try to do? The border. Once you have anything of price, the first thing you do is to protect. The banks are highly protected. And if you want to discuss it on a higher level, you signed your signatures as countries to the United Nations. You signed your signatures to the United Nations security resolutions. Those things are binding. And if the 6 members then decide on any other thing, every other thing is secondary. Whatever economic gains Ukraine has made has been obliterated with the war. Whatever gains Libya has made has been obliterated with the war. So it's not about 1 step forward, 50 steps backward. It's about what do you have to protect what you have. If you have nothing, you're not a sovereign nation.
Yeah, but I hear you, Enab. So South America, what's their defense budget? In South America, Costa Rica has no army here and all that. Is it just the defense budget that because we can't defend our borders, then all these agreements then go into effect against us? I hear you, but is it just like that? Libya had a huge defense budget, huge.
No, it was stratified before the war. First they came up with weapons of mass destruction, and they banned the Russian oil. It's defense. Baghdad was the most guided city in the world. Most guided city in the world. When what's his name? When Hussein had that military program, what did he do? He invaded Kuwait. So there's a natural tendency. Once you have money, once you have power, to expand. It's just a natural tendency. So if Saddam did this and expanded and he got a pushback, and when it was time, he only got to where he got to because he had defense. So it starts from you being able to protect what you have. Secondly, you must understand the United Nations Charter, and these countries, your country, African countries, are already signatories. So it's binding. That's what I'm saying.
So it's binding. So Anna, let's take it further and let's talk about the Togo. Let's talk about the CEPHA guys and France. Use this charter and explain to me this charter about France keeping the CEPHA and all that.
Defense, when Ouattara, then when Professor Gbagbo of Ivory Coast refused to leave power, what happened?
There was a coup.
With defense to ensure there was a change of government, and Ouattara was brought in. It's defense. If you don't have defense.
Yeah, but right now, what's happening in Mali? See, the point I'm making that we're picking and choosing, right? What's happening in Mali? France is there. They've been kicked out because they haven't been able to quote unquote defend, like you're saying. But I'm talking about the currency sitting in France. How does that connect to defense? Is it because the French are defending the West African countries that they can keep the gold in Paris?
Chad, for example, let's do Chad. Now, Idris Deby dies in combat to a resurgency. Who went to their defense? When the son was being sworn in as president, who was the world leader who was there? It was Macron. So it's defense of the current regime. I'm just giving a practical example. The current regime in Chad owes a long thing to their survivor, to the combat and the team that killed his father, to France's quick intervention, just like I mentioned, Ivory Coast and Ouattara. So that government and the next government and subsequent governments would hold their defense and sustainability in power to that. That's what I'm saying.
So are you saying that it's fait accompli? That's it?
Let's look at Rwanda. Why is Rwanda where it is today? For Kagame, it had military intelligence training in the West. Today is able to hold this country tight to the knee. So I'm saying it's defense. If there's no defense, look at Museveni. If there's no defense, you just play, somebody just gets up and push you out. What's happening in Africa? Schools. Look at the people they are throwing out. No defense exposure. Paul Kagame going, no, he's there till he dies. He's there till he dies.
Interesting perspective.
And Gaddafi did not fall. Gaddafi fell because he started approaching back to the West. He started going cars.
That's a good point.
Developing weapons. He stopped investing in materials. Nobody could buy it. He could not buy weapons. You
I have to agree. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Easy to go there and pull it down. Baghdad was the most guided city in the world. Do you know how many countries the US was able to muscle together to defeat Saddam Hussein? But he called himself by invading Kuwait. So it's defense. If you don't have defense, forget your money. Your money is worthless.
Interesting. All right. And always a pleasure having you on board. Thank you. Let me get Noble. Noble, you've heard Anna, you've heard the other. We're talking about the disparities in wealth in America. We're talking about why African Americans seem to be on the other side of the wealth ladder. We've talked about housing. We've talked about credit. We've talked about federal laws. Anna has come in with the defense. We've talked about the role of the West. Do you have any take on this, Noble G1? You can unmute and speak, sir. Hello, Noble. Going once, going twice. Let me get Victor. How are you doing, sir? Victor. Victor Obiora 6. I have to read the whole Twitter names. You can unmute and speak. I am so sorry. Okay, I think I muted you. Oh, Christ. Okay. All right. So, Mansai Jai, did you hear Anna? Mansai Jai?
Yeah, I heard it.
Yeah. What's your take on? He's linking this back to natural defense. Like, you have to have an army to protect your policy. That's simply where I see him coming from.
I would say so. Nuclear weapons also too. That's why, and much hostility the United States has towards Iran. Just the reason why the United States government backs up and leaves Iran alone. Iran has nuclear weapons. So countries that have nuclear arsenals, the West kind of leaves them alone. They'll be antagonistic to them in various ways, trying to put sanctions up on them. Put sanctions up on Iran. But in terms of military aggression like Afghanistan or Iraq just invading the country, you don't see America doing that to countries that have nuclear arsenals too.
Like,
so that's with the United States diplomacy too. Because now all this talk about China and stuff like that, they're all propaganda, stuff like Russian propaganda too. And they're talking about when it comes to African Americans, Russian funds are trying to sway African Americans to vote Republican, but not really. Not really. That was just a lot. It's just a lot of this stuff is just U.S. intelligence is trying to maintain U.S. hegemony. So that's all.
Yeah, great point. He made some few. I just want to get your take on that. If you are completely in agreement, right? Excellent.
I agree with that. Like African nations need strong armies, and that's one of the things like Boko Haram, and the reason why like Boko Haram is able to do the things they do in Nigeria, because like the Nigerian government, from what I've read, is not really properly funded the Nigerian army, and the weapons that the Nigerian army have are old. These are like old weapons from like the 80s and stuff like that. They're going to need to get newer weapons.
Boko Haram is if we go to Boko Haram here, oh my God. It's a story about one side thought one side would be hurt if they allowed Boko Haram to fester. Boko Haram was a small, tiny militia. Tiny militia was allowed to fester because they want to, I don't know. Let's not even go there. But it's a very, very complicated story to do with religion and tribal politics in Nigeria. Not really a lot to do with weapons, but it's a very, very complicated story. I hope to get through of them though. I am Eric. What's happening? Thank you so much for joining the space today. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, sir. Good evening from this side. I just want to thank you first for your inspiration and all that you've been doing here on Twitter. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. On this topic, I'm from South Africa right now, and what I can tell you is the global economic system is strategically built to keep the black man poor. Strategically, and when you look at it, it's the same phenomenon. Like, they have not built it in a way that if you want to get out of poverty, you have to work 10 times more than your white counterpart would do. Here, for example, in South Africa, when the white guy gets out of school, he's already any higher. He already knows how to actually, save money, invest, and all that. Why? Because he doesn't have any care in the world. Unlike the black guy, who has a lot of dependents, a lot of things to sort out and all that. So he's left at the mercy of what? at the mercy of student loan. And by the time he collects student loan and all, which is the same thing that operates in America, many of the blacks, they have to rely on student loans. Many of them are from, broken home caused by many, which is poverty. So many are trying to survive this system that is stacked against them. And by the time they collect all the loans in the world and trying to survive, how do you meet up? So we are kind of now focused on getting out of poverty rather than being focused on all of these policies that have been put in place to keep us poor. I think you get a point. So I strategically built. So we have a mission, to come together as a force, not only raising our voice, but also now building structure, a global structure to fight this injustice. And we need to know that the fight is not just limited to America, it's in everywhere, all over Africa. The same thing that is happening in Mali, in Togo, and all that is happening in South Africa. It just took a different face, so you won't see that, okay, it's the same thing. But when you look at it, it's the same thing. These guys, they own the mines here. They own the mines. They own all of these things. Who are they? These guys are white. They're not black. But they own the mine. They own everything. Every rich thing in South Africa, majority of it is owned by the white. And each of their kids. I mean, your country used to be called Rhodesia. Am I correct? No, I'm from Nigeria originally. Oh, God. I'm just saying, but that part of the world used to be called after Cecil Rhodes, Rhodesia.
Rhodesia, not Zimbabwe.
Yeah, that's on that part of the world. Yeah, so they literally even owned the entire nation, right? Yeah. And look at what they did in Zimbabwe. What they did in Zimbabwe is a clear example of their wickedness. They said, okay, you want to take back your land, your mind, and everything. We will show you who is the boss. And what did they do? They make sure that they get all these other countries to sanction Zimbabwe. And the black turn their back on Zimbabwe. I hear you. You get what I mean? Let me ask you a question. I think you're completely right. I mean, this is the. I think we've talked a lot about now the situation that we find ourselves in. I want to talk about solutions. What can we do? Like the space is talking about how to fix.
Carlo, the first thing is to take responsibility.
If we don't take responsibility, we won't be here. I think.
Let me say what I'm saying. Okay. When I say responsibility, you blame the white man for all the issues in South Africa. Now the white man power. The white man gave power to ANC. Zuma built his house with $20 million of public money.
He's a chief.
Malema, who was the youth leader of ANC, he saw through the curtain and saw that was a scam. What did he do? He floated a new party called EFF, Economic Freedom Fighters. Now, Nigerians and foreign African nationals who were benefactors to South Africans became the first victims when the blacks went into power. What is that? Okay, can I speak? Okay. We like to look for who to blame when we're supposed to hold the bull by the arm and let me state for posterity. 21st century slavery has no respect for color or creed. You are either poor or you are rich. Thank you.
Quote by Anna, you're either poor or rich. Let me something, right? I want us to go towards fixing. Right? Anna has said take responsibility. Okay, let's take responsibility. What economic things can we do to fix this? I mean, I see Greenwald. The Greenwald is a bank that came after George Floyd issue. I saw them raising money to do BIPOC black lending. Greenwald is there. I see a lot of apps. There's a guy here on this space. They run something called Fortress. I mean, in Africa, St. John is there. We grew up with Esusu. That's how we do our banking. We don't charge interest, right? So you want to build a home, you contribute to a purse. It gets to your turn. You take that purse and you invest. Then you put the money.
I guess he has something.
Can I speak?
Yeah, sure. Go for it. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Thanks.
Yes. I wanted to say that. In looking at the solution there, and that was very important for me because I also enjoyed the conversation on the defense part. And I think I'm from Ghana. We secure
secured independence first. And I think on the day of the speech by the president, Kwame Nkrumah, he did mention that Ghana's independence is meaningless if we don't unite the entire of Africa. And I think it's very important that we look at how Africa became separated. And it goes back to the Berlin Conference. This is something that started. They had over 4 months, European countries sat down to discuss how to destroy Africa. This is 4 months of heads of European countries deliberating on how to do this. So what we are up against is not something that we can just it's not something that we should just take.
Bella, can I ask you a question? Have you sat down to as Africa for 6 months to bring a plan and you develop Africa?
No, and I mean that is what, for me, that's where the conversation should start from.
I mean, I agree. I think we should talk about. Let's talk about solutions. I think we should talk, and I think we should talk solutions. Let's talk how we can fix it. I think when we started off here,
without military backing.
Yes, and we can talk solutions without military backing. The whole world doesn't have an army. We can talk solutions without military backing. Yes, but let's get there, right? I mean, when we started off, we talked about solutions, right? And there are things we can do now. We can't build an army now, but there are things we can do now. This is the point I'm making. I don't take away the fact that you're saying that we need an aircraft carrier to maintain democracy and trade. But what can we do now? Really, is my point.
What I'm saying is people who have tried in the past. Thomas Sankara planted 10 million trees. Thomas Sankara, by the Burkina Base, built 160 kilometers of roads, 360 schools, vaccinated 2.5 million children, reduced salaries of ministers and himself, and received only $450 per month. And guess what? Thomas Sankara is dead. I can do the same for Gaddafi. Brother, this thing is security. If you leave that out and you go headlong.
But Enna, the U.S. government has security, Enna. And the U.S. government has security. Why are the blacks there poor?
History has a lot of solutions.
I know, but Enna,
I'm saying how to unite. You don't go with such things headlong.
Yes, but Enna, if we go with your theory, there are the police, the FBI, the CIA, everyone is in America. Why are the blacks poor there?
The blacks are not poor.
They are poor. I'm giving you the data. The blacks after. They are.
No, I'm saying when I say take responsibility, you must first change the narrative. The narrative in itself, it gives you 50% to the goalpost, which is the blacks are not poor.
No, but Enna, I'm giving the data. The data. No. I need to give you that. The data is from the U.S. government.
The bottom. Now, what are they talking? Do you know Robert Smith, the richest black man?
You can't pick an outlier. You can't pick Jay-Z.
Do you know why? The people who are billionaires today, the Kanye West and all of them, they came back. They came from the scratch.
No, Enna, we must speak with data.
Let me give one solution. Now, the blacks are celebrated in America in the wrong industries. I'm in high-tech manufacturing. I'm a reliability engineer, developmental consultant, and infrastructural specialist. Now, where's the money in America? That's the question I should ask. Let's just look economically. The money is in defense. I talked of defense budget of 616. When you talk about the Lockheed Martins, General Dynamics, the money is in pharmaceuticals. The money is in the legal industry, big court cases. You have big settlements and much money. The money is in education. I can keep counting. Now, the blacks, this is a solution now. The blacks are in those entertainment industry, and you call it a billionaire. The money is in IT. You say Jay-Z, how much is it? What, $1 billion? Elon Musk in technology is richer than probably all those.
Enna, I don't want us to go. I want us to stay on focus, right? The data. The data.
The solution as a first step is to change the narrative. One, African Americans are not the poorest. That's one.
No, Enna, we can't let you say that. We are talking data. I didn't make the data. The data is from the U.S. government. I quoted the source. No, but I want us to.
You want to solve the problem.
Enna. So,
Enna,
so I want us to let's have a conversation, right?
I don't. I'm saying if you want to solve the problem, you must first change the narrative.
We cannot change data, Enna.
Okay, let me tell you something that Robert Smith said. What I'm saying, you must change the narrative.
Enna, I'm sorry, but we cannot change data. the data says that the data says that black families have the lowest home ownership. Anna, let me have a sentence. The data says that black families have the lowest disposable income in America. The data says that black families have the lowest inheritance in America. Everything in America, the black families have the lowest economic achievement in America. That is the data. It's undisputed. What you are saying can be said together with the data, but we can't ignore the data and say, let's change narrative. We have to change narrative from the data. Ife, what do you want to say? Ife Chidere, how are you doing today?
I'm fine. It's not been long I joined in, and so I just popped in. I actually saw your notification, and then the topic was quite interesting. I don't know if I could just speak.
You're already speaking. Go for it.
My thoughts.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Actually, I agree that the African Americans, Black Americans, are the poorest demographic in the US. I mean, data supports it, and it's obvious. So my points are based on education. Black Americans do not actually place priority on education.
How do you know this?
What?
How do you know this?
Well, it's in microcosm can just be from watching them, not just movies, but the data itself.
What data?
The data itself. Let me learn first. Wait, let me just finish so that you understand the bearing where I'm coming from. They hardly place priority on education, and we all know education is a level and helps bring people from the lower class to the higher class. For instance, another witness, another supporter of this view, Candace Owens during the last elections. Although she's, many people do not like her, but of course she tends to state facts as far as they are. So she said something during the last elections, and she spoke about how the Democrats thought that virtue signaling, with Biden and Kamala wearing Timberlands would win the votes of the Black Americans. And she was so emphatic on the fact that it was a low blow on that demographic. That how would they think so low of this demographic that they would go or they would resort to a candidate wearing Timberland just to win the vote of these people, while for the other ethnic groups they go into talking about policies to sway these people to give them vote. But on the other hand, for the Black Americans, it's a trivial thing.
Good point.
It's the saying, man, doing the whole thing just to feel funky, which I think it reduces their would I say premium, even at the round table, when they feel that it's strategy meetings that this is as little as this they can win Black Americans. That shows that their education, they don't give education enough priority as a people.
Yeah, but no, I agree. So I agree with what you said the first time, i.e. the pandering. But to link it to the education is where
Yeah.
No, I know, but I'm just. I hear you, but I can't link it. That's what I'm saying.
Let me explain this. Okay, a lot of our schools are not properly funded based off the zip code. Zip code determines your school's funding. So if an African American child lives in a predominantly African American zip code, education-wise, his school's going to more than likely be dilapidated. It's not going to have the proper money to get the funding to give teachers that want to work there. A lot of times the teachers are white, so they have these negative viewpoints on the children. And we have the school to prison pipeline. Baltimore, for example, had to cut out the schools, a few weeks early, because even though Baltimore is a majority African American city, the majority of the students in Baltimore are African American. They had to cut the school district out because the last day of schools like a week early because they didn't have air conditioning, and people around the city were pissed off. Was like, why do these school children have air conditioning and the summer is really hot? So people were like, and there's a predominantly black school district, so therefore there's a white school district. No, they would have fixed the problem months ago. So you have, listen to Candace Owens, a lot of times she's a conservative, so she, says a lot of right-wing garbage. And really, she doesn't really go to the point of why these things happen. Even if you look at it on education, you need to have African American engineers who still make less money than the white engineer counterpart. So I don't think it's a problem our community has the education because, like look at me. During Jim Crow, you had black parents trying to send their kids to some of the best white schools, getting their head beat up.
I hear you, but Mansa, she does make a point that if you look at the generality of it, look at Biden and what's his name, when he went to the rapper guy and told the rapper guy, if you don't vote for me, I'm not black.
Like how they try to go to black community to get the rappers, they just dump stuff like that to try to get the voters. Yeah, I'm pretty sure of that, but it's like I don't vote Democrat, I don't vote Republican, but I understand what you're saying because it's just basically Democrats are doing.
Yeah, let her continue. If she, the master, if might go for it. Everyone's going to speak. I do apologize. We're going to roll real quick. Everyone's going to speak. If she go ahead.
Let me just get all my points out just quickly, please. Thank you. So I think as a solution, alternatives to education for the Black Americans, you have an edge, you have an advantage. So this is your comparative advantage. Just like the oil in Norway and how it was used, the surplus from the oil was used to help in other industries, something Nigeria failed to do. So in this regard, America's comparative advantage is this aspect of entertainment and sports. So how are we taking advantage of them? And most of the time, so when we're so lost in the fact that these people are our faces, the Beyonce and Jay-Z, they are popular, so they stand up for them. But in reality, these guys just make up to 5 or 10% of the entire demographic. And so what can these people do? Transfer this money or surplus of it, or at least investments in it to other industries. Not every Black American will be a Michael Jordan.
I hear you.
Black American.
I hear you.
Transfer into tech, into education, invest in these places so that your people can come up, and transfer them from the lower class to the higher class. So that's I think the second point. So I'm not going to finance specifically. There are other pointers to.
And let her land. I hear you now.
I believe as a historian. Hello.
Go ahead.
Okay, as a historian and someone who is big on policies, there are so many pointers to checking why there is high poverty rate. Doesn't have to be with inflation and all. So let's go with the breakdown of family structure. So
if you have to let others speak, I hear you. Good point, but have to let others speak.
Hello. Carlo, before you go, you under the power of media. Go on. And I want you to take note of that. The narrative is what changes the dynamics. I will give you more versions.
I agree. I agree with that, Enna.
But Smith, the richest black man in Africa, in America, he went to UAE, United Arab Emirates, sourcing money. He's in IT, venture capital. Guess what? When he went, he said he was built to see the sheikh, the president of the country. When they saw him, he could not even see the number 60th man in the hierarchy of power. You know what he did? He came back to America. He went to sponsor articles in New York Times, LA Times, Washington Post. The next time he went, he saw the president and the sheikh, and he came back with so much money. Brother, that narrative, when you say, and you're repeating, African America are the poorest, you need to understand the weaponization of information and how they can spin a narrative to change the whole situation and the whole country. If you leave that out of the picture, everything will be futile, I guarantee.
Enna, the point you're making hold on. The point you're making is valid, Enna. I'm not debating that. I'm saying that we cannot ignore data because data is telling us a bad story.
When they were going to Iraq, they ignored data. They told you
there was everything can't be. Enna, you have to let others have a say. Listen, Enna. We cannot have an answer to say if this is this, then it must be this. I am a moderator. I have no view. The data says that this is the situation. We have to work with the data. We have to work with the data we have. We cannot ignore it. Chai Mike.
Can I come in now, please?
Yeah. Who is speaking, please? Eric, you've already spoken. I want to get other new folks to. Do you mind if I let others speak? Do you mind if I let others speak? I got Chai Mike on the line, please. Chai Maker. Eric, you
asked a question, then I stopped.
Yeah, but you've had a chance. I got tons of folks, if you don't mind. Yeah, go for it.
All right, Tim. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir. Where are you calling from?
I'm from New Jersey.
How you doing?
I'm very well. As a Nigerian, and I came to this country a few years ago via student visa.
Yeah.
So I want us to take into perspective that blacks generally have been institutionalized. I don't know if you get what I mean. Like, just about being owned, because black are still minorities when it comes to the people, African American, Nigerians, or whatever. Hispanics are like twice of the population of Black Americans in the country, and then you have like 66% of the whole population are white. When we say blacks are not getting like the least when it comes to wealth in the nation, you have to, as a black person or even an African, you are literally wired to be 5 times or 10 times better to get the same opportunity a white person will get in this nation.
That is true.
You don't matter. You know that as a facts are.
That is true.
No matter how good you are. I did business information systems, and I've been to a few interviews in my life, and I'm like, oh yeah, you're actually qualified, but the name, and they still even kind of stereotype us because they know you're African, maybe because of my accent, it's little, and then they could tell the difference between an African and even a Black American, and then they still try to do a bit of the divide and conquer, and so like, don't try to mix. Or we see like, oh, you're African, and then you know true value of things, and those are your brothers. We don't really want you mingling around because we don't want them to like mess with your mentality. And because Trevor Noah, just a big one, he said something in the show, was it last week? You see the houses in Manhattan, in Bronx, in Brooklyn, or even here in Jersey from white environment. Most of these properties are generational wealth that have been acquired prior by some of their fathers, maybe with some chicken or some cow or some, maybe a few dollars, less than $1,000, hundreds of years ago, and have been transferred to the young ones now. Regardless of how much I work or whatever millions or racks I make in my lifetime, it's going to cost me maybe somewhere in Manhattan, maybe like $20 million to get a property. Imagine a child whose fathers actually invested such property on it. It's going to take me how many years of work?
Yeah, and that's the point I'm making. That's the point I'm making. That
Someone was saying that, and blacks generally, I know we try to like say, we did this, or now we get that because we said we spend money on bands and we spend money on
which is not true. Yeah.
Yeah, I get you, but you're saying this because look at the wealth that have been transferred aggressively from years of slavery and over 300. You have to put it into perspective to that.
Sure.
Over 300 years of slavery in this country, blacks were the only race that were given nothing. We're celebrating 4th of July today, that's in Venice. But blacks were only the race that got nothing after all this fight. All you got was, oh, you're free.
I agree with you, Tijani.
There's mental slavery everywhere.
I agree with you, Tijani. Yeah, I hear you. I'm just going to do a quick run by. Everyone's going to speak, guys. Chairman, what's up? So, Tijani, thank you so much for speaking. Yeah. Chaimak, hey, what's up? Can you raise the volume just a tad bit? Yes. Yes.
Yes.
You're still a bit low, sir. Are you on a hands-free also? You're very, very faint. Yes.
Okay. So I was I'm listening to the conversation. I don't take into consideration the income, the thing that you asked, what's the way forward, so I don't want to go back to. But I think
Yo, Chaimak, man, you're in the matrix. I'm so sorry, sir. Could you log out, log back in again? I'll add you real quick. You're going back and forth on your audio. Once I see you, I'll add you back in, so to speak. Sorry about that. Let me have Mr. T to speak. Hey, Mr. T, go ahead. So you got the floor.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon, everyone. So, I've been listening in on the conversation. Just a few things I'm going to say that might be definitely bit different from what has been said so far. Someone mentioned something about Candace Owens, and somebody else said something about, I'm not sure what the person was, that she said a lot of garbage and all that. And I find that someone who interacts with a lot of Black American, African, US, I find it very funny when I hear people say that, because for the most part, what you hear us say are things that are very nonsensical. And I just find that very funny, and I observe that it's a trend that I've observed. But just to quickly touch on the topic that has been stated, the truth of the matter is that there's been a deliberate attempt or deliberate effort to keep blacks down.
That is true.
And it's deliberate, but I don't really understand why, particularly Black Americans, can't say. I give you an instance. You said something about, the data showing that blacks are the most impoverished, the lowest of the race in America, which is a fact. I'm not quite sure why somebody was trying to admit on that fact. And you can't necessarily focus on outliers or exceptions to prove that that narrative is false. Data is data, facts are facts. And the fact of the matter is that it's deliberate. The government system is designed in such a way as to provide welfare to blacks and to provide foodstuffs to blacks so that you keep them impoverished. It's designed in such a way as to make sure that the schools that blacks go to are underfunded. It's designed in such a way to make sure that there is chaos and struggles within the black neighborhood. It's designed in such a way to make sure that the black families are torn apart.
Sure.
The race with the highest number, highest rate of broken homes in America are blacks. The race with the highest rate of aborted babies are blacks. The race with the highest rate of incarcerated people in prisons and all that are blacks, and it's deliberate. And I find it strange when the obvious policies that particularly the Democrats come up with, they look good on paper. Or we'll slash student loans, or we'll give you welfare and all that. And a lot of blacks are tapping into it, but they're not seeing the bigger picture. It's deliberate. They don't want you to have economic power. They don't want you to work. They want to make sure that you are relying on them to survive. And that has been the case. And it's very obvious. That's why a lot of black immigrants from Africa come here, because of the culture and the mindset that we have. We know how you have to take responsibility for yourself, work hard, and become who you are. But I find it very strange, and I find it very surprising. I relate to my Black American brothers and sisters, and the kind of mentality that they have. It's surprising.
So, Mr. T, I would beg, I would beg that we try to. You get where I'm coming from on this topic? I want us to. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Well, no, I'm not trying to throw any shade at anyone. I mean, maybe I'm not passing my message across properly. I'm not trying to throw any shade. I'm just trying to say that it's obvious that the system is designed to keep the black race down. Now, yeah, exactly. And they've done that successfully in the US. They are trying to export that to African nations. And that's what happens. You said something about, some conditions that they gave to us. I'm not sure if it was you or somebody else that said something about conditions they gave to us about, making sure that we don't increase our...
It was me. Fertilizer. The EU doesn't want Africa to grow fertilizer. Yeah.
Exactly. It's obvious that they don't want blacks to progress. They don't want blacks to survive. They want us to keep relying on them. Every now and then, the international system, IMF, World Bank, everything is there such a way as for attention to ensure you keep coming back to them for handouts, for bailout money, for aid money and all that. I think basically, just to summarize and speak, and just to allow other people to speak, the solution to this is just to ensure that we have the right kind of leaders in Africa that will take the West head on. I mean, somebody was saying something about defense and the fact that they have defense. I'm not sure what the context was, but it was very obvious that the West, particularly America, sometimes acts as a bully to other nations. It's obvious, like. Because you are the most powerful country, or because you have the most powerful resources in this It's more like do as I say or else nothing. Even if you have the most defense, look at what they did to Gaddafi. Look at what they're doing in other African countries. It's deliberate to ensure that we keep relying on them. The solution, in my own opinion, is just to have the right leaders that would stand up to the West. And not just one person, because I realize that, when you have one leader, they can easily take that leader out. If you have a nation of leaders, 5-10 leaders that say, enough is enough. I listened to the Ghanaian president. He seems to be one of the few we have right now in Africa that is ready to stand up to the West, but it doesn't seem to have support of other African leaders. If we have a lot more people doing that, you say, look, we are ready to work with you guys. We're ready to trade and do other stuff with us, but don't come impose your agendas, your ideology,
I hear
your
you.
way of life, your everything on us.
Mr. T, well said, Mr. T. I want to get some folks in here.
Can I say something in 1 minute?
So, Anna, go ahead.
Now we're talking about the West. I think we're missing things in context. Now, don't forget that the West as a global power has no relatability. Now, China is coming up. By the time China becomes a world power, you would know that even this power that you're thinking the West is abusing and bullying, they would do 1 million times worse than what the West is doing. Look at the air blockade that was put to camp. Look at Saddam Hussein, who had weapons. What did he do? He invaded Kuwait. Look at West Saharan Africa. It's under colonialism by Morocco. So I'm saying by natural instinct, defense makes you a bully. And this defense that the West, especially America, has today, if you give it to any other country, they will do 10 times worse than America is doing.
Even the Scandinavians and all that, nice people. They look like nice people, the Scandinavians.
Until they have power.
Okay.
Until they have power.
All right, gotcha. Let me get TJ in here real quick. TJ, hop in. TJ going once, TJ going twice, TJ. If fine, let me have you go ahead and speak. Thank you. If fine, go ahead. We can hear you.
Thank you very much. As regards the topic, which issue which most people have spoken earlier, I'd like to make my comparison more or less where I am, mostly Africa, in relative terms to African leadership. I think bringing it down to Africa as a contraption, looking at the Western powers, and African leaders has not done really much in terms of distinguishing themselves and making the continent a rallying point. And when you look at some of the issues the African nations face, we tend to imitate the Western world in terms of their policies, their ideology, their belief, forgetting that we are first Africans before getting indoctrinated by their way of life, their standard of living, and every other thing. And so the challenge Africa as a nation when it comes to economy, finance, defense, power, bilateral trade, some of these things are what the solutions can be done indigenously or locally. There was this lady, I was listening to her speech some time ago on TED Talk, Chika Ishiobi. She made some analysis comparing the Western world with Africa as regards loan and finances in a special context that has to do with agricultural financing from the Western world to African nations. And she said most time, the strategy or technique the World Bank have for agriculture in Africa, it doesn't work because they are bringing in their own way of life compared to the soil texture, the humidity, the water, and the turgidity of the soil to work on Africa. But they said there was a particular time they went for a negotiation in one of the African countries, I can't really remember, but they used a TASA technique to implement some of their policies as against the Western policies, and it succeeded. And I pick a statement from what she said, looking at it holistically. Said Africa can be better when we look for our own original, authentic, indigenous ideology different from the concept of the Western world and implement it locally for results. That so much reliance on the Western world will make us have no say, but always running back to them.
So in effect, like think global but act local, more something like that.
Yes. Yeah. So those are just my takes.
Fair point. Yeah, guys, can we transit to the fix-it part of the conversation? I've got Eagle wanting to speak. I've got a few anyone to speak.
Can I ask you a question before you go further?
Yeah, go ahead, Anna.
Is Africa the poor continent?
Is Africa the
poorest continent of the world?
Define poor.
Self-sustainability.
Clearly, we are the poorest.
By statistics or by reality?
By self-sustenance. We import our own food. We import our own power. We import all this stuff. So if you say self-sustenance is poverty, then we're very poor. We import everything. We import our own currency. The currency that is used in Africa is imported from the West. The Naira is imported. So what are we talking about? Hey, so let's try and trend towards fixing, right? What can we do? I mean, America is the beacon right there on the hill, right? Where we can say we want to more or less copy America. What has America done right? How can we bring that to Africa, also to the African-American space? I was talking about this fintech apps. I like the way in Nigeria, for instance, we're able to leapfrog telecommunications, to go beyond post lines and do cell phones, right? Sort of leapfrog and use tech to get everyone phones. Can we do the same for wealth? Can we do the same for property? I was speaking to these chaps, they are West Indian immigrants and all that. They are building an app around Esusu. Again, like Ifeanyi says, think global, but act local. We sort of have discarded what has worked for us in the past in accumulation of capital and deploying capital. I like the point that what this guy made about using everything is all Western. Why can't we build scale on our own local initiatives like Esusu that have worked? This is what I want us to think about. I like this Fortress folks trying to reintroduce this no interest savings concept. Build your savings and use it. It doesn't have to be loan, west all the time. But it's just me saying, Eagle, what's up? Go for it. Niger boy. How are you doing today? Where are you calling from?
I'm somewhere in Europe right now.
Okay, gotcha. What's on your mind, sir?
This topic is quite complicated in a sense, but in other senses it is not. The thing is that I'm quite rusty in my African American history, but what I've understood from the things I've heard is that there have been times where African American communities were able to build successful societies.
Yeah.
But then some of them literally got invaded, like physically.
And burnt to the ground. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So I think that was one of the apart from the slavery thing, that was the issue that set precedent for what we have today. Because the only thing African Americans have been able to do that was not directly attacked by the white people was literally the whole culture around R&B, and most importantly, the gangster kind of life.
Eminem is saying hi.
Hi.
And Ice Baby, they're saying hi.
Oh, okay. Hi. So, like I was saying, so when this whole kind of gang things come out, and if you even look at the history of the gang things, it actually didn't start with African Americans. It started when African American communities started getting flooded with Mexicans, and it almost feels like a deliberate move to move bad eggs into the society. And when you have a society where opportunities are less, like there was not much opportunities.
Yeah.
But then you have these guys bringing in drugs, and then they were making big bucks. the young people are just going to gravitate towards that because they are looking for a way to better their life.
But isn't it the same with white folks and country music?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So this whole gangster thing became so. It was then cool to be a gangster, right? It was then the cool thing to be a drug seller, right? And so this just pushed an entire generation of African American kids who just lost faith in the system and kind of believed that.
That's a stretch, man. I hear you, but that's a stretch, man. Because I mean, are you saying that when they had Kunta Kinte, all the black kids wanted to become freedom fighters or community organizers? I hear you. I think some people, Hollywood is a very, very powerful, potent force in America. But is that enough to say they were, yeah, maybe?
I mean, let's take, for example, here in Nigeria right now, right? The opportunities are low in Nigeria. It's not like there are no opportunities, but it's quite a struggle.
Mm-hmm.
So what we see with our young people is that they are gravitating towards these Yahoo guys because that's what is considered cool at the moment. People literally losing faith in the system. I've heard people say school will not even help them. That going through school, getting an education does not necessarily translate to being okay in life. So they prefer to just go and try out and even understand the risk. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. So it's quite the same. If you look at it in a way, it is the same thing. And I was in Norway last November. I was talking to this Norwegian friend of mine, and one thing he said about especially Africa, he was saying that the difference between these European countries, especially Scandinavia and Africa, is mostly with the way cultures have developed. It's not necessarily because we're not having the resources or the ability or the capacity to develop.
Yeah.
It's because of the way our cultures have developed. Like there in Norway, something we hear people say constantly is I pay my tax happy. Guys, that didn't just start. He told me that didn't start because Norway just became after the war. Norway was quite poor because they invaded Norway. Norway was poor, they were just a fishing country for the most part. But after they discovered oil, things started to change. But even before they discovered oil, there was something that was like this general cohesion of building a nation. So that was where those ideas came up, like I pay my tax happily. Someone says I wait for the traffic lights happily, because the way the culture developed, it was a deliberate move to develop the culture in a way that today they have kind of a functioning society, some of the best in the world.
I hear you.
If you look at African American, even Africa, Nigeria, for example, that has not been the case with the way our culture developed. Just mostly be trying to make your way out of poverty and maybe your immediate surrounding, people in the family. So I think looking at the solutions, these are some of the things we might begin to consider. But changing our entire culture is
I hear you.
Possible.
Good point. Let me clear the deck a bit. Kevin, your hand's been up for a while. Kevin, what's up? Sorry about that.
Okay. So I sat quietly. So I want to speak from firsthand. I am an African American. I live in California. I live in the Bay Area. My family, I'm a direct descendant of slavery. My grandfather was born and lived as a sharecropper, so he's born on the plantation.
Uh-huh.
And so I want to start with what my brother Henna was saying, and I want to speak on that because it is about the narrative. I heard, and I keep hearing, that African Americans don't value education. Who tells you that? White folks told you that. We have 79 historically black colleges, and I think at one time, like something like 15 or 20 of them went out of business. So there were more. There were more historically black colleges. The education rates of African American women are out of this world in comparison to their white counterparts. So this myth, we don't believe in education, is a straight myth. The broken family thing, look up father participation rates. Black men have the highest father participation rates, whether they are in or outside of the house. It is all about the story. It's about the story and what Anna was saying, and it is about defense. And it's not about nukes, because technology is here. There were a few African nations invested in some good drones.
and the Chinese have them for cheap, and munitions are cheap. Why do you think that America made that movie Black Hawk Down? Because a handful of Africans, well-armed, rocked them. Why do you think France has never gone back to Vietnam? Because a handful of well-armed Vietnamese rocked them. And so the answers are changing the story, though, because if Africans at home are believing that their people are just getting bamboozled and that we're lazy and we don't do the right thing, then they're not going to be able to understand their power at home. They're not going to be able to understand. And it's like, it's not about like, I have a solution. And like, everybody's like, what's the solution? What's the solution? Obviously, yeah, we could get more guns and all that stuff. But the simple answers are in cultural trade. Like right now, Africans are not utilizing their power to generate wealth with passports. If Africa overwhelmingly invited Africans in the Americas and Africans in the Europes back home, that money is there. That money's there. You want to make money? That's how you make money. You bring your people home. You bring the people home. It's very sad. And you change the narrative. And when you come here, you invest in your people. You don't come here and go, oh, it's easy to see that the African Americans don't value education. Anyone can say that. Like, because let me tell you, my brothers are doing the opposite. We go to Africa and we go, oh man, these Africans don't even get it. Instead of we. And so like that's the answer. It's the we. It's we. The money is in our communities. We can invest in each other. We can do our own loans. We can give up our own opportunities. And we could build factories because labor is cheap at home. Labor's cheap in the South. Real talk. Labor's cheap in the South in America. There's no minimum wage in several states.
Well said, Kevin. Good comeback on that. Well said. I appreciate that. That's why I want you guys to hang around so you guys can give us all this perspective. But well said. I hear you. Rendell, what's up? Rendell, can you hear me? Limal?
Hi,
yes, I can hear you. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good, brother. How are you?
Very, very well. Thanks for hopping in.
No worries. I know you talked in Fortress a couple times, so I thought it'd be only right just to just clear the air on our side first, because I don't think today's conversation is that kind of conversation. I will say that. But I was sitting here, just patiently listening and learning to see what people are saying. There's just a few things, really. There's a lot of valid points, first of all, a lot of different perspectives. But the first thing, is based on the question. I'm first of all not going to answer that because I'm not American and I don't live in America. I lived there and worked there for a brief period of time, but I'm not going to speak on that. But what I will say is these problems that many people have addressed today are very similar across, the diaspora, whether you're in America, UK, Canada, Africa, it's all of the same problem, right? But the thing is that one, we are lacking simplicity when it comes to execution. We're wasting time on trivial things. Everybody knows the problem or seems to know the problem, but not everybody wants to fix it, right? So we always have to ask, where's the execution? Second thing, we're not on code, right? We're having a conversation about Black problems on a non-Black owned platform when there is one available, such as Fanbase, right? So that's just an example.
You want us to go to Fanbase and have this? There's no one on Fanbase. We have to.
It doesn't matter if there's anyone on Fanbase. There is people on it. But the point is, just 1 second. The point is, it's not being utilized. So people saying, oh, we need this and we need that. We're not using the things that are available. But let me just continue on. In my opinion, it's written on, I'm focused on specifically. The first three things is that needs to be resolved to really tackle these issues. Get, all the war and all of these different things. Mindset, family, education, the first three. We're not going to get the end result, which is wealth and all of these things, without tackling those things first. Because again, in a simple conversation, we've heard weapons of mass destruction, we've heard gold, we've heard Gaddafi, we've heard all array of things, which are valid points, right, in the whole context. But it's just getting to the point now, like we're past that point of wasting time. So my perspective, I no longer get, vexed or annoyed by these kind of things, because it's like the time frame which they will be resolved is a lot further out than many people think, right? So thinking about it from an going to fix this in the next 2 years, 3 years, it's not gonna happen. Right? We're in 2022, still talking about the same thing for decades. So you have to really look at the long-term perspective. So all of these ideas that people have, actually put them into an executional plan. Hence why you brought up Fortress, because my colleague and I have built something. But I also am aware that it will take time to implement those things. Because based on the things I've said, we don't fix the mindset, we don't fix the family structure, get the education, find the education. You're not going to get the results that you want. So you cannot want to wealth and home ownership if somebody doesn't have the mindset correct. If you don't have the family structure correct, you're not going to keep the home. And if you don't have the education and the re-education, then you're not going to learn the things, skills, tools, and information to progress. So, as I said, I no longer get into these debates about my opinion and what people think. And this is like, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. But there's those 3 things to start from that you must address first before you even have a chance to address any kind of change. Well, as I said, I know you brought Fortress, I think maybe respectfully, different day to discuss that. But I don't think people really want to talk about that right now.
Gotcha. Well said. No worries.
Can I go 30 seconds?
Anna, I hear you. Go for them. We've got Dr. Kechi next, and I've also got.
Mindset, the only thing that can change that mindset is the narrative. The media is the most important facet of any form of change. That's one. Then 2, what you must do, like immediately today, is to know which is your data you talked about. What do you have? Because even God asked Moses, what is in your hands? What do I mean? Do you have a database of blacks, their wealth, their expertise, their this, their that? And once you have that, and you can work with that data, by the data age, you now build an ecosystem that is devoid of any other interference. You can go.
I got you. So more or less getting the data, what do we have, professionals, resources, and then
wealth, this, that. Because if you don't have that data, you're beating you're the data age. Amazon's revenue for last year was $469 billion. With that data, we can now do analysis. We can now invest in research to know what is your competitive advantage in that data. Then you invest in that area. Amazon's investment in research for last year was $58 billion. And once you invest in that area, you don't have a competitive advantage. What do I mean? Singapore is a small country. Guess what? They don't have employers. It's not about what you don't have. It's what about what you do with what you have. Now they process 6% of their GDP comes from processing of crude oil. They process 1.3 million barrels per annum. So it's because they know what they have. They have talent and capacity. And they've invested in research and development in that area. Then you can gain momentum fast. And you now build an ecosystem in a larger black context. Because the Jews have an ecosystem, whether they're in different countries.
Yeah. I also like the point that Kelvin made about inviting the immigrants back to Africa. I mean, that's IGR right there. That's foreign direct investment right there. If that's you can, yeah, I like that. Ghana does it. Ghana does it big time. I was in Ghana. They had this estate. It was like an American suburb, and they were telling me this rapper owns this one. This actor Kevin Costner owns this one. They build this American estate and they target Americans to come in and buy a house in Ghana. It's literally like America, literally built like how you have a suburb in, say, Atlanta. And these guys go there and they buy homes that they might not visit, but it's their way of investing, quote unquote, in Africa. I think it's something we can explore, you know. So, I mean, if inflation is high in America, if you build a village in Africa, right, people can retire to Africa with less social security payments and survive here. You know, that's something else that we can do. Attract those folks to come back in here and live their retirement. It is in Africa where cost of living is lower. Those are things that we can do quick wins. But let me get Doctor in here. Dr. Kechi. Dr. Kechi, are you a doctor?
Yes, I am.
Hey, congratulations. What's up?
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Dr. Kechi. I'm a board-certified OBGYN here in the United States. This is an interesting conversation. Let me start by saying to pick the point you made about building and growing like they have in Ghana, for African Americans to have to leave America to go build elsewhere, right? They must have contacts there. That's one.
Yeah.
They must have some stake that they can talk to or be able to help them navigate all that system, which we take for granted because we some of us come from Africa. I am originally Nigerian. I've lived in America for about at least 16 years. Now, the other thing we're taking for granted is for you to go and buy anything, an investment, you have to have capital to a large extent, right? Where are they going to get the capital from? Let's come back to United States. United States is built on slavery. And yes, immigrants do well, a lot of immigrants do well from different places. But the fact is, when you really understudy America, you'd find that it is inherently unforgiving. It's inherently and innately sown in the part that it holds. It promotes a certain group over the others. Let me explain. Let me give you case in point, right? For the longest time, African Americans and maybe every other person was jailed unnecessarily for marijuana possession, right? Now, in 2022, let's say today, marijuana is a big business investment. But how about the people who were incarcerated for marijuana use and marijuana possession, right? And then they come out, now they are called ex-convicts. They can't live in certain neighborhoods. They can't get to certain jobs. That though their crime was little, they can't get ahead because though America has let them free, it hasn't forgiven them for the things that they now currently celebrate, marijuana use.
Yeah.
Okay? It's now legal. So that, okay, now where are they going to? Let's go home now. Where do we live? Where do they stay? Okay, they live in what used to be called projects. Okay, now venture capitalists come by and buy it, and then we gentrify it. What do we do to it? We raise the prices. We buy it off of the people who owned it for minimal, for whatever. It's a great investment for what, 7% cap rate, right? Now we've displaced them. Okay, and then who moves into that neighborhood? People almost entirely different from who we bought it from. Now, before we move to the gentrification, let's stay in the projects, right?
Yeah.
What resources do you have in the project? If you visit any, let's say Southside Chicago, because I lived in Chicago for like 6 years, right? What would you find? You'd find a mom and pop shop. You'd find McDonald's. You'd find Burger King. You'd find Kentucky Fried Chicken. You'd find Castle. They are fast food joints. You may go far enough that you find in Walmart. Why are this important? Because if you can't find adequate food, it makes it a food desert. Okay? That now, for them to be able to afford to eat something, even healthy food, they have to get it off of McDonald's dollar menu. Then what does that do? It brings us the case of obesity and the inherent problems with that. All right, I go to Walmart. The Walmart in the Black neighborhood is absolutely different from the Walmart in any other neighborhood. Trust me, I've seen this before. Okay, so now when we become educated, let's now go to the education system. I know my points are all over the place, but it's just we can make a point as far as how this is all encompassing, right? How many Black doctors do you know? I think the statistics is about 3 to 5%, if at all, of which that is about 1 to 2% are Black men. Where are the Black doctors? In OBGYN, right? There are very few Black OBGYNs, male and female put together. You cannot tell me that we are not, and I say we, being African Americans and every single Black, regardless what I call it, Black or brown, that we are not smart enough to get in. No applications coming. Incidentally, I've worked as an assistant professor in a university here in Texas, and I have seen firsthand how students are judged differently, even when the Black ones are obviously more intelligent.
Just based on their color.
Just based on their color. I sat to interview because it was, we call it VIVA in Nigeria. What is it? Like end of course assessment, right? These two people, students, one is actually Caucasian, one was Indian, as a matter of fact, right? Indian girl, brilliant girl. And she stuttered. And the other person I was sitting with said, oh, that was a little disappointing. Okay, I'm like, well, she had a bad day, but ultimately she answered the questions well, right? Bottom line. Then here comes the other students who, well, okay, he could figure out. And he fumbled every single step of the way. But he was like, oh my God, I didn't know what happened to him. He must be having a bad day. I'm going to let him pass.
Okay,
right?
I hear you.
Now, now talk about, so these things are there, that those applications come in, but the higher acceptance rates are found in what Kevin said, historically Black colleges and universities, which are almost underfunded, hence why there are fewer of them today than there were when it was started, when there were like over 76 of them, right? Now we have, you can count them, Howard, there is Morehouse, there is Emory, okay? Now, these Black students, African-American students get into schools, and every single day they are there is a struggle, because every single day is a struggle. It's a challenge to defend your need to be here.
Yeah.
Even now, as I am here, I still have to, I've been in a room where I'm running the session, and people come and ask, who is in charge here? Who the hell do you think is in charge?
Oh my God.
Yeah. Okay, but these are the things, right? And then there was then as far as training medical students to become resident doctors and all of that, again, acceptance rates are lower. So my point here is this, let me summarize and let me not hug this forum, is that they are poorest. It seems that they are poor, not for lack of trying.
Correct.
But for the fact that the opportunities are fewer for them.
Correct. This is the point. Correct.
The opportunities are that we have to work even harder. In Nigeria, they say a woman has to work twice as hard to prove that she's half as good as a man. It's the same thing here, but now for the colors that there are.
Correct.
How can we fix it? We have to start, like someone said, our mindsets. But for you to break your mindset, you have to tell yourself that it wasn't, like, what happened to you wasn't your fault, right? It's not because you're not good enough, but because other people chose to keep you down for a reason. I said this to people, I said, if a Black man was so useless, then why are you so intent on holding him down? Just let him go prove his uselessness. Yeah. Right?
I mean,
but no, every single thing is geared towards, taking opportunities away from him. If I have a BMW and I give the car keys to a 5-year-old, I'm not concerned about him or her holding the car keys, because he's not going to drive with it. He's not going to do anything with it until he gets into the car, right? The same thing. If I don't think he would use an opportunity well, I will let you, it can go either way. If I think I want to let you prove yourself, it's easy. But the fact is that the society has got to change. But until then, though, when we become what we have become, why don't we now build our own community? Like someone said, the Jewish did it, but they're a little different.
And this is where I want to go to. I want to go to this. What can the Black community do, like to build, like the Indians, the Jews, the Lebanese, the Armenians? These are guys that go into a place and have their own traditional methods that they take to the West, and they build on that using the West institutions. They build on that. This is where I want the conversation to go towards, right? The Patels and the story of the fuel stations and the U-Hauls in America. You see the Lebanese, you see the Armenians, the Kardashians are Armenian. So why can they do it? There's a lot going on, and but I just want to have a conversation around that, Doctor. And you're giving us, I like the Walmart story. I wish you could go more into that. While they are fruit deserts, that's what they call them, fruit and vegetable deserts in America. But you can get McDonald's, pizzas, and sugar drinks all over the built-up cities where there are Blacks. Lots of issues going on there. Why crack cocaine carries a different sentence from just cocaine? I think Obama fixed that, but still, that just tells you what I think, yeah.
Right. So in terms of fixing that, right, the thing you also have to understand is, now let's use the Kardashians, right? Your dad was an attorney. He made his name by the O.J. Simpsons, right? So that's leverage. The Indians come. They come with an education. The Nigerians come. We come with an education, right? So that when we build, okay, we're building off of what we already have. But now to set the rest of us, to help the African American population grow, we that have leverage must be vested in building in these communities, right? Now, when we form a venture capital, right, let us go and buy the projects and build it. Let us go and give the loans to that mom and pop store and expand it. Let us build our own supply chains. But the problem is that when we do become, what we tend to do is we don't want to go and live amongst the white folks because we have earned it, because somehow it gives us validation.
Yeah, I hear you, Doc. I mean, I completely hear you. Yeah, I completely hear you. And there's a lot to talk about. So let me just run the room. Doc, thank you for being that professional out there and not lending your voice. I hear you. Keep doing it. Keep pushing. And you can still speak Igbo, Abi.
Yes, I can. What's the one?
Hey, can I ask her a question?
Yeah, go for it. She's right there.
Hey, I can catch you. Okay, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but if you know about it too, a lot of people are complaining from an educational standpoint that a lot of spaces at universities are being filled with like African and Caribbean immigrants, and African Americans are being pushed to the side. Have you noticed that within your medical residency that there are more African and Caribbean immigrants than African American, resident students when you're in your medical school journey?
Well, honestly, I wouldn't say. What you might see is that you're finding more African and Caribbeans that went to school in African and Caribbean schools, not necessarily because they are particularly African Americans, right? And I say that because even Caucasians go to those schools. That the statistic that you might be looking at to say African and Caribbean, there are also some Caucasians who are going to that school. Now, I say this to be so that you be wary, because what the thing is, it's the same thing with the media, right? Divide and conquer. Because if I can get you to believe that Africans and immigrants are filling up your spaces, you start to misdirect your attention. Okay? Believe me, I've met students, Black African American students, they are brilliant. It doesn't matter where they went to school, but no. But my point is this, to answer your question simply, that data is flawed in that it says that African and Caribbean schools, but not necessarily the actual. I hate to describe by colors, but do you get my point? It's the school that is producing these people, but not that it's entirely producing Africans and immigrants.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
So you're trying to say that schools may produce African and Caribbean students, but that doesn't mean that it's the whole of schools all over the United States. It may be a certain school in this whatever region, something like that. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. Right. You're filling the spots with these schools, but then those spots can also be by Caucasians who went to these schools.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Okay. And two, there was an article that was a good article that came out. A lot of the Caribbean, it was the Caribbean and African medical residency students are talking about how neurosurgery, it doesn't have to be Black people to build a neurosurgeon, but they were saying during residency school, the Black students were basically held to a higher standard than the white students. Basically, they'll get more marks on their exam if they didn't do something wrong. Some of them were told that they're too loud or they're not speaking up enough, but the white kids, they can basically do whatever they want. So did you experience that in your medical residency?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Okay. Oh, yes. I mean, I still experience that now. Okay, it is absolute. That article is absolutely correct.
Wow.
And I think the thing about neurosurgery is that they're actually trying to change that, because I think there was a particular school that their neurosurgeon chairman is a Black man. But that is absolutely correct, because I can't say that enough, but yes, that's a resounding correct.
Exactly. What I'm hearing is more or less perception. Let's change the perception. I completely like that narrative I'm hearing. Let's keep at it. Eric, you've got your hand up. Let me let you come in. Apologize and I'll keep you. Thanks for keeping up. What's up, Eric?
No, it's fine. I understand. You know what? I want to talk quickly about solution. And I want to salute Doctor for coming in from that angle, which is the same scenario in South Africa, where one of things in the suburb, the shops you have in the suburb is different. You know, the same franchise, the same company, but it's a different thing in the township, so to speak. So let's address the issue. What do we do? Mr. Kanu, you have started, by educating the Black community who are following you. I think the number one thing we need to do is financial empowerment.
True.
If we empower more Blacks to be financially free, which is what I'm also trying to do, if we encourage that, okay, guys, let's save. We have a fight. We are already at disadvantage. The structure, the society, the community, the global system is stacked up against us. To get out, number one thing we need to do is to have financial independence. And how do we do that? The little we have, let's try and stack it up and save and empower one another. Once we get that mentality of financial literacy, then we now understand the power of leveraging on bringing money together. Then we leverage on say, okay, how do we leverage on our contact? As the doctor was speaking about contact, the other person also spoke about, going to Ghana and all that. So we can leverage on that based on our understanding on how money and investment work. If we can do that, then we can now go and change the mindset of our people to knowing who exactly to vote for. Because you know what? The poverty in most of African countries has been institutionalized by these guys to keep these guys poor so that they can capitalize on it also during election. So when we now empower people, then they have independent mind to vote for the right candidate. So you understand what I mean now? So when we start with the financial empowerment, then people understand their power to vote, then we change the political settings, then we have more people now who are more sound to make more Africanized decisions at the global level. So you cannot come and tell us now that we cannot produce fertilizer. Who the hell are you? Why? Because we don't have a moron as a president. We have somebody who is sound and say, okay, you can keep your money in that IMF, who will produce our money. Or as a matter of fact, we can even change all this currency thing and come up with whatever thing as a medium of exchange so that we won't have to print our money from you. You get what I mean? So it's a global pandemic structure to keep us poor. And the only way is to start from financial empowerment, then our collective contact meeting like this, then we can form a group and take it from there. I want to round it up with the Isuzu thing that you mentioned. Do you believe that, the Isuzu thing in South Africa, hello?
Yeah, they call it, what's the name for Isuzu in South Africa? Is it Zebo? What do they call it in South Africa? You guys have a name for it? Stokvel.
Yeah, they call it Stokvel. Yeah, Stokvel. Do you know how powerful it is? But unfortunately, until very recently that this generation of young Black women and Black men came and said, okay, we can do these things for properties. And they started doing it. And the moment they started doing it, guess what? The white media started spreading a narrative that, you know what, it's failing. And the truth is, it's not failing. More people are getting houses, more people are buying houses, but they are spreading the narrative to scare the Black community away from joining this cooperative so that they can empower themselves. You get what I mean? So we have a long way to go. And it starts with empowering ourselves and even start owning media houses so that we cannot put out our narrative. You get what I mean?
I hear you. What I take from you, and it's very important, this idea of financial literacy. In America right now, certain schools are now mandating that you have to teach students financial literacy. If you don't understand FICO, if you don't understand APR, APY, if you don't understand how to get a loan, you're not just going to participate in the economy. That's just it. You have to know those basics, right? what does compound interest mean? How can you apply for a car loan? You have to know that stuff. Eric,
just quickly, in a minute. Do you know that a white guy, for example, at the age of 21 in South Africa, owns a house? How is that possible? Because he's not financially disadvantaged. He doesn't come out to start owning have to buy phone on credit, have to buy car on credit, have to do all of this on credit. Unlike the black counterpart who have to, get a loan to be able to buy a phone, get a loan to be able to buy a car and all of that. So it's just a mess.
We'll fix it. We're going to fix it, right? Let me have Zoo. Yeah. Zushi. I'm not going to pronounce that correct. Zushi, go for it, sir. Dish.
So I live.
I can. Your volume is kind of low. I can't really hear you that well.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now.
Okay, all right. So I'm an American. I live in the U.S. Been here for a while. I was born in Tanzania. And I don't know. I really like the conversations that we're having. And I think one of the things that's missing actually from the conversations is the idea that the Western countries imported their culture into Africa, right? So the reason why things are how they are, that's intentional. And I'm speaking about things like religion and stuff like that is inherently designed to work in a particular way, in particular places. But speaking of Africa, I definitely think Western religion, like Christianity, is playing a huge part in suppressing Africans in Africa.
Interesting. Explain, please. Just if you could go deeper, I'd love to.
So I definitely will advocate. So the history of religion in Africa, at least Western ones, is clearly the Catholic Church was the one that primarily provided for financial support to Africans, and they had to the Catholic Church had to train. To get funds, you had to pretty much affiliate yourself with the church and whatnot, which was a way to train or to, I guess, domesticate Africans to be a particular way. And I'm just thinking that is a huge cultural shock. And I think somebody mentioned how Germany, got back post World War II. I would say their culture played a huge role. I mean, okay, so the U.S. did not demand, reparations from them again, like the last time. Yeah. But I think it's the culture that really drives success. When you have an imported culture into your system, into your community, that's just designed for you to fail. And I'm speaking as someone that used to be a Christian, and when you look at the religion itself, there's a lot of intentional activities that really promote Western.
Yeah, but let me ask you a question. How does Christianity hurt the economic outlook in Africa? I mean, let me give you an example. I'm in Nigeria, right? And in Nigeria, the schools are mostly run by Catholics, maybe just in the south where I am. And irrespective of if they are run by Catholics, they teach maths, they teach English, right? And they're Catholic schools. So in that point, that's Christianity right there, right? We've got St. John's Hospital, St. Peter's Seminary, all that kind of stuff. Is it a broad brush you're using, more or less? Or, I mean, could we, St. Saviour's is a wonderful school in Lagos and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah.
Like on paper, it looks good, right? So these things that you mentioned are doing good things for the African community in Africa. On paper, it looks good, but that's intentional, though. When something looks good, really it serves, well, the question becomes, why can't there be other options instead of having St. John's as, you know, the one of the sole providers of healthcare, education, or whatever? Why does there need to be a reliance on one particular system of belief? And it just so happens that that system was directly imported, you know.
And Islam is also imported, right?
Would that not be contradicting himself? Because if you say Christianity and America forsakes a Christian nation and their GDP is $17 trillion, how does that narrative key in? And
that's what I want to learn, yeah.
We're saying the solution is mindset. I, as a Christian, as a believer, with a doctorate in engineering, one of the things that I've added to sharpening my mind was Christianity. And if you say apart from sharpening the mind, you're talking of the family union. I don't know who said that, Kelvin. Christianity tells you to be a man of one wife. So I don't know how that, and if you look at the Jews are very religious. Very. So I would not agree with that in context. The Jews came from with a small country, all the comparative disadvantages, but they own the largest patent per capita, they own all the finance in the world. And if the Jews are using only the Old Testament Torah as a country, as a nation, and we have both the Old and New Testament, I would rather say Christianity, when used in tandem of Old and New Testament, can skyrocket Africa from an economy.
I mean, net, yeah.
Billion to 17 trillion.
And Zoo, net. I think Christianity and religion seems to be positive. Even the North, if you go to the North, the Muslims feed people. They have lots of programs that they do up there and all that. In Abuja, the capital of Nigeria, there's a massive mosque built by Saudi Arabia. There's also a massive church. I don't know who built it, but I hear you. I hear you, but I'm just saying, I don't know if it's are they Christian in Israel? Those guys are Jews, right?
No, what I mean is
okay, I hear what
and patent by capital, when the data age, look at Amazon, all of them patent data. So it's the Jews are very religious. I'm a lecturer in the UK. You know what they told me? When they saw that I was showing those signs of Christian need, they came to me and said that they made me the class rep of that class. And they said they noticed those who are religious do better.
Dr. Anna.
I'm telling you, Kate Lanka, she walked up to me. She told me first, she said, why do you only see the positive side of things? That was the first thing she told me. That's why I say it's mindset. Then two, she came to me, and when they were giving us, I'll tell you something, when they were giving us project topics, you know what they did? They looked at us, at our personnels, and gave us project topic and project areas. Guess the area they gave me? Apart from them making me class rep, guess the area? They gave me an award, the Mohamed Ali Award for tenacity to succeed in absentia. And guess what?
That is very good.
It was entrepreneurship they pushed me on to. And the lecturer who was not a Christian, she was into meditating, said she noticed students who are religious do better than others. So I would say religion is the solution.
So, Enan, let's have Zoo just sort of, Zoo, could you round up so that we just round, so just move on, yeah?
Sorry.
I
want you to get your point, Zoo. Like,
please. So my whole point though is that in America, actually, it's quite obvious that being a Christian is something that almost everyone claims to be. So a lot of the things that we do here are very Christian oriented. You know, God bless America. You know, so God is literally entrenched in America. Not only is it God, it is someone that looks white, and we all know that Jesus was.
I hear what you're saying. I hear where you're going now. I hear where you're going. I got you.
When you have a religion that intentionally created an image of someone that they pretty much smudged his image to represent a particular, group of people, it says that group of people, they're inherently more superior because God looks like that. And so whenever anything happens that's so-called positive, winning wars, having massive GDP, it's because God loves America or the Western world more.
Gotcha.
And so
I think I understand where you're coming from now. I get it. I understand where you're coming from.
And the history of African developing is literally through the Catholic Church. And we all know the Catholic Church history was just terrible, not only in Africa, but also in America, in South America, with non-white, members. So definitely, religion is a huge factor. It's a mindset. So we're discussing mindset here. Let's be clear that the best way to organize society is via religion, actually, because that's a really powerful mindset.
Okay, good point. Zoo, good point. Zoo, I hear you. Good point. I want to get a room. I hear you. Good point. I hear where you're coming from now. No worries. All right, let me get William. William, hi. Thanks for waiting. William 4794494. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great.
Great. Where are you calling from?
I'm gonna move the goalposts a little bit out of this conversation where you people just left based on this topic. I think having grown up in America, right, as a Nigerian living in Philadelphia, I think there is this misconception between the African community and the American community, right? And I say this to say, while I was a taxi cab driver going to school, every time you have one guy kind of jump in a cab and take a cab ride and they pay cab driver the fare, right? What happened is like every other black guy that comes in and flag a cab, the cab driver will refuse to take him because they say, hey, one African American guy just came to the hood, jump out of the cab, they pay me my fee. Okay? So there is this misconception between the Africans and the American, and I say this to say, even it goes to a point where sometimes you see it in between ourselves, like we keep fighting back and forward instead of us trying to build. Like you don't take that aggression because of one guy and paint it on everybody else. You get it? So, and I see this every now and then in Philly. Even in fact, we'll have a guy that comes out of jail and tells us the story how he's getting jail when he was a child, and the system just keeps sending him back. But we don't look at the root cause of the problem. We just blame it all on the head that he's just one bad African American kid.
So more or less, you're saying it's more like a perception thing across the board. Right. And is that perception with African Americans and should we say the African immigrants? Is that what you're talking about?
Exactly.
So
it took me myself and my family. My uncle was medical doctor. In fact, for him to have a problem like as a medical doctor and go into the system, the prison system, to understand that it wasn't just these folks, but it was a system that was designed by the American government that kind of trap these people on the shackles that they face every day. You understand? Because, like I said, when the average African American guy breaks the law, goes to the prison system, you have a U.S. attorney or whatever they call them, the pro bono lawyers, coming and asking to make him a plea bargain, And most of these kids are just young men; they don't know nothing. And that by him taking that plea, that thing stays in his record. Even the prospect of him looking for a job in the future is always local, So, and there is this misconception that I see like big with the African community and the African Americans, the migrants. And it's funny enough, we are doing this to ourselves, but when the police officer who's actually brutalizing the African American, when they stop me or they stop them, they don't look at me as a black man from Africa. They look at me as a black man, period. And deal with me just as they deal with me. And when we bump in heads fighting ourselves every day, while we're all on the same struggle, So
I hear you.
We have to build some kind of conception of changing this narrative in order for us to coexist.
Good point. Well, guys, I hear you. Guys, let's bring this back to the economic story, right? This is the post about the economics of it all. Like, the data is there. Whether we talk positively, the data is there, right? So, and we see it and the data is there. We can argue if it's real, but we see it, right? What can we do? I've heard lots of good suggestions, right? I've heard positivity. I've heard immigration. I've heard, register everyone together so you can then maximize and know what people can do and build networks and ecosystems. But I want us to stay on that topic, right? I like the fix-its. I like what can we do kind of comments. Olabode, hopefully you can help us out with that. Olabode Falaga.
Mr. Kalu, thank you.
What's happening?
Yeah, I'm fine. I really enjoyed this space today. And this is what I want to talk about. A lot, the oppressor wants to keep you in that position where you just, when the system is against you, there's only one thing to fall back to. And it's what you can control, because you can't control the system. And the only thing you can control is yourself and your mind. Now, Mr. Kalu, you talked about something that time when I first joined this space. You talked about Isusu. I think if there's any way the Black America can integrate or look for a way to bring it into their community. I started Isusu like a year ago. Okay, let's say a year now. Okay, during the pandemic, that's like 2 years now. And with Isusu now, I was able to acquire more than 10 properties, big properties in Abuja. I'm talking about Nigeria now. Now, when you play around the number, when you take advantage of, let's say for example, you want to gather $1,000 now, and then you have 10 people that can put $100 together. That's $1,000, and you can use it with your own just $100. With time, you can because number one, another thing is the loan system will also put you on disadvantage. The system is against you. Then now you still want to take advantage of the loan, and the loan cannot help you. I've never taken any loan before because I've seen what loan the destruction loan have caused. But Isusu is something. If there's any way they can integrate it into the community, it's powerful and it will work. It can't fail. It will work. Thank you.
Thanks.
That is my contribution.
I appreciate you. Yeah, it's Enna.
Why am I agree with? Okay.
Go ahead.
Why am I agree with you with the Isusu? But I think you're putting the cat before the horse. And there's a way you solve problems sometimes. Sometimes you just do relatability analysis, which is what nation bears, like the black race, bears similarities with the black race, has been at the rock bottom. And let me say, let's use the Jews post Hitler's annihilation. The question would be, with this just carry the comparative analysis, if we adopt what they did, what they've done right, and just tweak it a little. So I agree with you with the Isusu because they are big on finance, but I think we should put religion ahead because the Jews are very religious. Then go forward, we can just replicate everything they did to where they were because they don't have a large, they have many disadvantages, but they run the world. So I think if Capital also put religion first, they follow every step they did to get to where they're doing, I think we can replicate that.
And now, why not everything? Why can't we have churches doing Isusu? Then that way you are building, you are using that already established base already.
The church, the business of the church is building people money at the
I don't say this.
I'm coming. The church, the intent of the church is to build people. What do I mean? Elon Musk as an individual is worth 230 billion. Why it's been raised? He's buying Twitter, or wants to buy Twitter for 44 billion. And if you say 4 men built America, Carnegie, the Rockefeller, amongst the 2 others, you have said if you raise people right, like you have a Robert Smith, those people can go on to make maximum change, even if you look at it in the Copernican principle of 80-20. Thank you.
They're not a good comparison, Anna, because they came from wealth. And that's one thing about American society. In order to attain wealth, you have to come to wealth.
What are the Jews? The Jews,
the Jews, you had many Jews that were basically insurance companies for the slave trade. They started insurance companies.
No, I meant after Hitler annihilated
because many Jews came because they were able to integrate to whiteness. They were able to get into the civil service.
Yeah, but
they were able to get civil service.
Those Jews were persecuted in America. I mean, it's not a. Polish Jews were spat on in New York. They couldn't rent a home, get anything. It's not a broad brush. It's not a broad brush.
It's not a broad brush, but they were white though, and they were able to integrate.
Even whites, even when we say whites, the Irish, Jesus, they've said no dogs, blacks, or Irish allowed. You know, it's not a broad brush.
I get what you're saying. Certain ethnics like the Irish, the Italians, the Jews, they were considered white, but they eventually became white, and that's what changed their economic status. There are many sociologists that talked about it, how the relationship between African American Jews and the Irish and Italians were good.
Yeah.
Those groups integrated to whiteness, they turned against African Americans. So you can't really compare them because they came as an immigrant group, and also too, many of them were able, even though they were being persecuted, many of them were still able to occupy positions in society which African Americans could have become. Many of them were judges. Many of them became mayors and stuff like that, which African Americans were far from becoming. So it's like at the end of the day, the government came in and helped them out. That's why Jews basically ran out of New York City and then took some of that money and went to Hollywood. That's why Jews tend to be in the top position in Hollywood. Because, what's his name? Thomas Edison. He didn't like the fact that a lot of Jews were trying to basically start film companies in New York City, so a lot of them just went to Hollywood.
I hear you, but I want to go back to this Esusu with Enna. I think the Bible says where 2 or 3 are gathered, right? Anywhere 2 or 3 are gathered, you have an economy. I think the church in Africa, in Nigeria especially, is very, very powerful tool. Very, very powerful. You have a group of people that are in an ecosystem. You can't ignore that, and you can use that. Esusu is perfect. No interest paid. The church does the credit checks. If the pastor, I think we should look at that.
No, Carlo, I mean, with your model. But what I'm saying is,
the problem is in Africa right now. Like the other person, I've forgotten the guy who spoke Zoo or something. The problem is the Christianity, the version of Christianity in Africa right now is for profit. Means there's no, it's for profit.
Again, guys, broad brush.
It's not. It's not about broad. If you look at it,
he can. I've not stopped him. I'm just saying it's a broad brush.
Look at not wrong. It's not wrong. John, go on. After you speak, I'll speak.
Yeah, no, look at the biggest churches, look at the most influential pastors. If you want to say broad brush, okay, let's leave all the small ones that don't have that much of an impact. Let's look at the ones that have a huge impact on the society in Nigeria. What are they doing what are they doing?
I'm not going to defend any church. No, I'm not.
I think we're missing it. The intent of the church is to build people. And when you build people, and 4 Men Build America, for example. Imagine those 4 men were Christians. The owner of Chick-fil-A is a Christian organization. And they're not doing well.
Enna, who built Harvard?
Harvard was a Christian school.
Exactly. So so the Christians in America, the first thing they did was to build Harvard, to train the clerks, the managers of money and people. This is what they did. You need.
But you're substantiating what I said. I said the intent of the church is to build people.
But they needed people then. In what I'm talking about now in America, in Nigeria, is credit. We're talking about the economic part of the question now, and I'm saying we can use Esusu as a way, because it's our own way of building wealth in Africa. We understand it, so we can build it up in competition with the Western style of banking.
Muhammad Yunus did that with Grameen.
There is nothing wrong with that. We can bring Muhammad Yunus as well.
He's not a Christian. He did it in the church.
No, Enna, there's no argument here, Enna. I'm saying we have the commercial Western banking system in Nigeria. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm saying we can also bring in Esusu. We can bring in the cooperatives like Muhammad Yunus. We can bring in everything that has worked for other peoples. We are not all Western. We are from Africa. We are socialist in quote. Bring that in. Let it also compete with the Western style of banking. That's what I'm saying.
We're connected in church as brothers, for example. Now, let's say Carlo, yourself and myself were attending this in church, and you had a business proposal, and I found you a man of integrity, and you encouraged me to invest. Would I not invest? I just think we should not make it structured, because I think that is already available.
We want to argue it. Let me get Mustafa. Mustafa is here. Mustafa, hi. Thanks for waiting. What's on your mind? Musti 01.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody.
How are you doing?
It's been a very interesting discussion. I've been
following all your discussion, a lot of your discussions actually, and I'm interested in this one. First of all, I think we should look at this broader than just African Americans. If we look at Africa, why is Africa the poorest place in the world, poorest continent in the world? I think this has to do with the people and the mindset, especially. Mindset. The African mindset, I think our thought process differ with, I think, white people and a lot of other race out there, because why are people that have left Africa in hundreds of years now still poorer than people who Hispanic, poorer than other people who came and met them in America?
I think it's a different people. I mean, some guys left as slaves. Some guys.
They left as slaves. But what has happened? After slavery, this is like 200 years or more after slavery.
But that's what I'm talking about, Mustafa.
Why is it still?
Yeah, but Mustafa, I think when I started off, I'm going to let you speak. Sorry, I just interrupted. I'm just saying that when I started off, I gave the data that says that in America, the pathway to wealth was home ownership. And if you were white, the government gave you access, credit to get a house. And you got that house, you could transfer that wealth generation to generation. So you built up generational wealth. Blackpool didn't have that. And when Blackpool got that, even when they built up the Wall Street back then, it was burned to the ground. So not making excuses, but just saying that really this black hole thing started after they got civil rights, right? All that whole history of America, slavery, started from when they were actually able to buy homes without redlining. Before redlining, if you were black, you could only participate in this wealth economy called America. But continue, sir.
Okay, but yeah, in America, yes. I have discussed with somebody earlier who was related to America that there are institutional things that, deter black people from getting as wealthy as other races. Yes, there are, but even the people are not even counting themselves. I think we have this thing of is it that we feel sometimes, like William said earlier, we sometimes tear ourselves down, there are issues of, okay, you are African and this one is American and all these things. I have a friend, a colleague who now lectures in Louisiana, University of Louisiana. I found out that he relates more with white people. Most of his pictures on social media, you see white people, and I was curious. Some of the things he said relate to what William said earlier. Black people feel that, oh, this African just came and this is a BAD and all that. So these are some of the things we think that affect us. I think what we need to do is to look at ourselves. Yeah, you earlier talk about the church. The church is a very good instrument to build on a lot of things. But we are not looking at that. I don't know. If we look at this, somebody talked about how people were using Esusu to start building homes, and the media was trying to tear it down and all that. I think we need to do a lot of working and not minding, what other white institutions and all these things are doing, trying to, make the whole thing bad and keep it as bad as it used to be. We need to change our mindset. Basically, we need to start looking at things positively and seeing how we could come together and build each other up. Because the moment we keep tearing each other down, things will remain bad, and that's what it is. There is a strong feeling of, hatred between the African Americans and the Africans that are coming to America. There's that thing. And Nigerians particularly are doing great in America because the enabling environment is better than what they have here back home, and they are building on that. And I think if Black Americans would copy and try to, do what Nigerians are doing, striving, working hard, I think things would be better.
Okay.
Good point, Mustafa. Yeah, Mike, go for it.
Okay. Mustafa, the Nigerians that come to America are selective. American immigration is very selective. Like, if you're not motivated and if you don't have money, you're not coming to America. America does not take in poor people. So the same thing they try to do with the African
am I wrong? You look at any immigration statistic, you will see that the people that immigrate to America, they tend to be economically well off back.
No, I mean, some go through the Sahara, go through Brazil and walk into America. But I hear you.
But I'm talking about legal immigration.
Yes, you have to be able to afford the ticket at least. I hear you.
Like it costs $4,000 to $12,000 to legally immigrate to America. The Nigerians that come to America, it's not that they're so much better and smarter. It's just they're already more educated. 68% of Nigerian Americans have 25 ages, 25 and up have a bachelor's degree. Do you know the percentage of Nigerians that have a bachelor's degree in Nigeria? Only 7%. Same thing with
How many percent?
It was 7% of
No, that's more than that. It's more than that.
Yeah, it was a Nigerian. I got that from a Nigerian sociologist. I gotta find her name, but
Yeah,
I think it's somewhere in Texas.
It's more than that. Yeah.
When you look at India, 70% of Indian Americans, 70% of Indian Americans have a degree. But if you go to India, only 8% of Indians have a degree. So America selects the top people to come to America on a legal standing. So it's not that, opportunities are better for them. It's just they're already well off. So if you take a well-off group and you bring them into America, they're going to do just as good as they were back home. Because it's a selection process. America's very costly to immigrate to. So if you don't have money, you don't have connections, and you're not a motivated individual, you're not coming to America legally. You know, way you need to come to America is through illegal through the Mexican border. That's the only way through illegal immigration.
Gotcha. That's what I want you here, man. So don't go anywhere. John, let me have John to hop in. What's it?
Sorry, I think I 100% agree with Master on the aspect. I
agree with Master.
When I was coming to United States, I have to prove about 36 million in account, even though I have a 85% scholarship to come in.
So wait, what?
Yeah, that said, also
go ahead.
So when I was coming as a student, I have to prove that I have enough fund to at least live in the United States for first 1 year before I could come in.
Yeah.
So legally. So that being said, I think also from the religious perspective that people are talking about, I think the United States is not really religious to the aspect of talking about, how many people go to the church? And this is white, including black and everything. So that aspect, and then for someone talking about we have to bring it, talking about cash, the way United States financial system is structured is that cash is useless. Let's be very honest, in a normal economy where excluding inflation or recession, you can't be holding cash in your hand. Cash is so useless in United States. So we will go back to the first aspect of how can we fix this. I think people are just going back in circle a lot of time. We've talked about the government policy that can be structured and everything, but that's going to take a long time. But how can we fix this within ourselves is actually what Carlo has been doing, which is financial education, which is something I think we, the Black society here, will understand how the structure of financial system in the United States work, because it's kind of very complex. We can start educating ourselves on how financial education works. I can tell you one thing here. If you put $100 in 401k every month, starting from the age of 25 until you get to 65 years, you probably, at the return of 10%, you can do the calculation online, you probably have a 1 million in your account at the age of 65. But if you start 10 years after, you probably have $300,000 in that account. And it's just 10 years difference. But people do not know this. So there are a lot of trade into investing in your retirement accounts, Roth IRA, 401k. I can tell you, a lot of people publicly know that, the maximum you can put in your Roth IRA is 6,000. But there is a backdoor process which are legal, very legal, that you can actually move 35,000 from your 401k to your Roth IRA every year without paying any penalty on it. So I think the bottom of this thing is that we just need to come together as a community. People who knows very well, regardless of where you came from or where you start from, is let's start this process of, let's educate ourselves on the financial background of the United States itself. What is credit usage? If you have this amount in your credit card, how much can you use? Why don't you pay it off every month so that you won't pay 25% in interest? And all these things goes along with, I believe the system is already against everybody. We know that for sure. But is there anything we can do right now?
I hear you. And I think there was a guy who was here earlier. He slept. He was talking about we using the knowledge and the expertise and the local know-how of the African Americans, and they're using.
Jesus has something to say.
So Jesus, who is Jesus? So yeah. So but let me move on. I want John. John has been here for a while. John, what's up? Go for it, John. John, can you hear me?
Hey, Carl, can you hear me?
I can.
All right, that's good. Sorry. Thanks for having me on.
Hey, what's up?
What's up? I've heard you mention Fortress 3 times as well. So,
no, we're trying to talk about, how we can use what works, as a way out. We've talked about the problems. The problems are clear. What works for Africans know Esusu. Can we use that and other things that we know to then work our way out of the mess? That's what we're trying to talk about, yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I think so. I think history also bears that out as well. I think overall, just listen to the conversation. It's been a bit tense, but obviously emotions are running high. But there's been quite a lot of very, very interesting perspectives. Some I agree with, and some are interesting. I think from my perspective, especially from myself and my partner, I think one of the guys that we followed, I think some of your audience might be familiar with them. This is a guy called Claude Anderson in the US, who's actually studied, obviously, the black condition, you would say, in the US. And he's actually extrapolated that much more worldwide, trying to explain the reason why black people are in the condition that we're in at the moment. And he wrote 2 books. One of them was, he wrote quite a few books, but one of the 2 books which we studied quite a bit was Black Labor. Exactly, and Powernomics. Obviously, with Black Labor, he explained how, obviously, Europe, essentially American Europe, how they've actually ended up building themselves through the labor of black people, slavery. And Powernomics, he actually mainly just went through in depth and kind of made a blueprint as to how black people can actually get out of the conditions that we're currently in. I think some of you guys actually mentioned it, but he made very good examples, just the Jewish community and other communities as well in the US. I think if you look at the Jewish people, one thing that, in a sense, it basically boiled it down to one thing: group economics, where obviously people within a group just basically help each other, and that the money that they spend is spent amongst each other. I think one thing that you can see in the US, which happens a lot, is every time that a new, you could say that any immigrants that are not black, whether it's Chinese, whether it's Arabs, or even white, whenever they go into the black community, they always tend to start their own businesses, they hire their own people, and they only do businesses amongst each other. But the black people in the US, one thing that I'm just giving an example. I'm not actually pointing. I'm just giving an example as you pointed out. They actually said the black people in the US, one thing that they tend to do is whenever they have money, they never actually spend it on the black businesses that are in the communities. So they'd rather go out and spend it on other businesses from other ethnicities. There's a term for it called white ISIS nice, or white ISIS veteran. Using that same example, because I'm from the UK, I think one thing that using the same concept of group economics, you can actually see being practiced in the US as well, from Indian and Pakistani communities, etc. I think one thing that we could all agree on is that, for example, in the UK, the Indian and the Pakistani community also face a lot of discrimination. Similar to a certain extent to what the blacks in the UK face. Whether this is lack of access to credit.
Andrew, you have something to say?
Who is speaking?
Sorry, I just need to finish my point.
Yeah, but who is speaking? Who was that?
It's the Emperor, Alfred, Chairman for Russia.
Emperor, why are you moderating the group?
Oh, I think your mic was blinking. I'm sorry, Jesus.
Go ahead, John.
So the point I was trying to make was the Indian and the Pakistani community, one thing that they do is obviously they face a lot of the same issues that the black people in the UK face, lack of access to credit, etc. But I think if you look at the data, the Indian community and the Pakistani community are one of the biggest homeowners and they're also the people who are starting the most businesses as well, whether they're self-employed, etc., whether it's corner shops, etc., and they tend to do business amongst each other. And one thing that they did to be able to do is whether being able to get into the property ladder or starting new businesses, was the concept of Ususu. One thing that they do, which is undeniable, you can still see it to this day, is whenever they move to the UK, one thing that they tend to do is actually come amongst each other, and every month they just start saving amongst each other, and every month one person from whatever group they're in, he just collects and he gets into the property, whether it's to buy a property or whether it's to start a business or something. I think even for us as well, I could go back in the 50s or 60s, there was a company called the Red Rush Generation, when the grandparents first moved to the UK. Same thing, lack of access to credit, etc. One thing that they did to be able to get access to credit to get into the property ladder was obviously do this thing called partnership, which is the same thing as borrow and lend amongst each other so they can start buying property. But if you fast forward to this day and age, we've completely stopped that.
Yeah, I think, yeah. John, there's this concept I did read about how long a dollar stays in a black community and how long a dollar stays. Yeah, how it's yeah, exactly. It just moves and it's out. But in a white community, it stays and it circulates, and that's how you build wealth, right? Because if you get paid your paycheck and you just buy in the Walmart that you live in, then it stays within. But if you go out of that community and you go to the Walmart, then it goes out and all that. So good insight there. Yeah, the money has got to stay in the community. It's got to stay in. You got to go to your local places and buy and shop and create those local jobs in your local places. So that way, give to your local charities, attend your local schools, go to your school boards, get elected, and fight for funds to come to your local schools. America is built around those homes and school boards. If your school is bad, the homes, no one will buy them. No one will rent them because the school board is bad. I mean, the school district is bad. Yeah.
I agree. I think quite a lot of the audience have been doing quite a lot of some very good insights. They've been making some very good points. But I think, for me, my personal opinion, I think we need to actually make it much more simple than that. Yeah. There's already a blueprint the Jewish community uses. A lot of the communities which have surpassing now the black community. This is the very thing they use. Group economics to be able to pull themselves out of it. And we already have a history of using something similar, but we kind of have moved away from it. So I think this is something that we should, if anything, we should be focusing and trying to discuss more. That's my opinion.
Exactly. Gotcha. Thanks a lot, John. Appreciate that. Emperor, what's up? You are on my spaces. What's happening?
Who's talking, please?
This is Kalu, the Emperor. What do you want to say? What's up? Go ahead and speak.
No, God bless you, bro. I'm just enjoying the discussion.
Excellent.
So
all right.
You can take over, brother.
Hi, sir. Appreciate you. All right, Vincent, how are you doing today, sir? Thank you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Dr. Kalu, good evening. Such a privilege. I've been following you, reading your amazing article for over a year.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, I think very, very impressive.
You know I have a book out, right?
What is it?
You know I have a book out, right?
Yeah, of course. I follow you, and I'm going to get it. Right?
Excellent. Good job. Yeah.
Yeah. So we moved to New York. That was last year in November, and the whole move was well, I won't say it was miraculous, right? Because there's place of decision, there's place of always positioning yourself for the right opportunity. So we moved here without necessarily spending any time, because I work with PwC. My wife worked with EY Nigeria, and a lot of people don't really know this channel are actually available, especially if you work in one of the big fours. You know, for most of my friends, that's how they move to the US, and I can count the numbers. We always move without paying a dime. You know, the company is going to be responsible for your visa. They're going to be responsible even down to your passport. If you don't have passport, they're going to pay for it. You know, they're going to pay for your flight. The first 1 month when we got here, they got an accommodation for us in Manhattan. Right, so we stayed in Manhattan for, you know, very close to Grand Central for a month, right? And after a month, they told all guys, you know, you have to look for your accommodation. And the pay is very, very nice, right? A lot of Nigerians, you know, especially those in accounting, you know, don't know that this opportunity really exists. And I know a lot of my friends in Chicago, California, Dallas, that they also came into the same opportunity. And so immediately we got to Yonkers, right? I engaged some black people, and the first thing they said was that, we're just walking around. So, Vincent, 2-3 years ago, this place were dominated by black, most of them got into drugs, and before you know, there was foreclosure on some of the building, and the Indians started buying them. The Spanish started buying them, and before you know, there are a lot of streets in Yonkers today. Yonkers is the third largest and biggest city in New York. After Manhattan, then you talk about Buffalo and you talk about Yonkers. That most of this community now, most of the area are dominated by the Indians. And when we went around too, we saw that Indians, they started a lot of business. And I started asking questions of, what is wrong with the black people here? You have a lot of black people here as well. Why can't they come together? Why can't they build a shared prosperity among themselves? And the first thing that came to my mind was the idea that worked for me in Nigeria, where I was able to build a business that I started with just a simple Toyota Corolla. I've shared that story several times. When I was an intern at PwC, I was able to grow that business to a point where I have over 20-something vehicles, right? And today, I also run a startup in Nigeria. So I discovered that the same mindset, the same philosophy, and these are universal principles. It can work, right? Because as an intern,
yeah. What are the principles, Vincent?
Okay, so as an intern, I was just earning 100,000. I imagine an intern was able to raise over 60 million naira, right, to buy vehicles. And the first I understand is, having a social capital, be somebody that is honest. The 60 million naira that I raised from some of my colleagues, my friends at PwC, I make sure that not a single person lost money investing with me, right? In fact, when I started my startup, some of these people that invested, we know Vincent, I was also able to raise over $150,000 in Nigeria for my startup. If you check online today, just search for Trustura, right? So I discovered that if not because I was able to take the risk, imagine somebody earning 100,000 naira.
No, Vincent, I want us to learn, right? So tell us what you did so that way we can learn it. I want you to go, because also we need to speak, right? So, hey, what did you do? What's the learning point? How can it help the African American?
So what I did was I was strategic, right? I invested my money in a business that gives me liquid. So the money I was making from the business, I was able to use it to refinance most of my liability, right? Which is why I encourage some people, don't just tie your money in something that's not going to bring in cash, especially when you are borrowing. So I also believe that if we can form like a community here in the US, you have the experience, you've been here for years. What are the opportunities that you can identify? Can we put money together? Can we buy a property? I was talking to somebody and the person told me that, in Maryland, if you have like $50,000 in your account or thereabout, right? You can talk to some company, they can give you loans, right? You might not be able to access the entire credit facility, but we can register an SPV. Let's register an SPV. Oh, Vincent, you have $2,000. Oh, Mr. Dr. Kalu, you have $3,000. Let us put this money together. Everything is structured. The agreement. If you are trying to sell, the property in the next 2 years, what you are going to gain from your investment will depend on what we put into it. So we need to build this idea of shared prosperity. Right? You've been doing this amazingly educating us, but how can we now put it into practice? Because one thing that we face in Africa, we talk too much, we love theory, but we need to practicalize now. Some of the ideas are fantastic, and I'm challenging you. You can spearhead this thing because you've been an amazing person. You're a man of integrity. Most of us, we are here today because we know you. We know you're a man of value. Lead us. Create an SPV. Even if it's once for the dropping $1,000, we are buying property from one property in the next 5 years, 10 years. We give ourselves time. We can own property across America. It is possible. It is something that we can do. And for me, I've been taking steps. I've been talking to young Nigerians in New York, guys. Let's come together. Let's start doing something. Let's start building something so that in the next 10 years, in the next 15 years, we can share stories that will inspire people.
It's all about the power of the group, right? The power of the group. Get that group together and get them to do stuff. Power of the group. I hear that's what you're saying. I appreciate it. I think it's something you can look into. Hey, Akin, I've got Akin, Femi, but Akin, go ahead. Your hand is up.
Okay, so I have to look into some of the African Americans in the US. And what I would say, one of the problems that African Americans tend to have is, as the previous speaker talked about, access to credit, but also to their businesses. African Americans are unfortunately more likely to have businesses that are small businesses. And what that does, and by small businesses, typical African business about 1 or 2 people in it, which is dramatically smaller compared to an Asian home business and like.
Yeah, but how do you know this?
Statistical data, he's right about that. The average African American business is like it's generally sole proprietorship. So the business owner is the worker because they don't raise enough capital. He's right about that.
Yeah, but how this is like 2 people is small or 10 people is small. I know S Corp is the smallest.
Basically, just it's not average. One person. The owner is the worker. The owner runs the.
Okay.
Yeah. So I actually stumbled upon this was specific from I think the SBA or something, and then there was some business school statistics of that. Like it is literally a sole proprietorship, and the average income of those businesses of about $70,000, $80,000. So which is not a lot of money in reality. The level of entrepreneurship in the African American community is not a problem. It is the scale and it is the income those companies tend.
Scale and income. Scale and income.
And so what that suggests, first of all, access to credit is a problem for African American businesses. Then 2, the kind of industries that they tend to start businesses in are industries that cannot scale over the longer term.
Interesting.
And that also that our speaker from I remember I had a friend who was telling me the experience of India when his family, especially when they got to the UK in 1960. What happened was the first price of the common stock market and then the next thing they did was they educated the children. And education was a lot of African Americans and that yes, African Americans are becoming more and more educated. But the kind of education that you need, not just okay, we're going to get something like sociology or something, not downplay sociology, but something that is higher value, which means that they can earn more income at home and be able to save more money and be able to invest more money, be more involved in the capitalist system.
I think someone else made this point, right? Someone else made this point about someone else made this point about the type of degrees that they are reading and all that kind of stuff.
Yes, it's an issue because Americans have become much more educated. But now, that kind of is also no matter. The universities that Americans take to go to, so HBCUs, no problem to HBCUs whatsoever. For them, I would suggest that they should be encouraging more Black students to get into things like engineering, get into things like hardcore science, like physics, astronomy.
Well, they are. They are.
No, I think they should get more people, not just.
Yeah, but HBCUs, you have to understand, HBCUs are severely underfunded though by the government. The federal government is supposed to fund them, but each president has.
Mansa, question for you. Didn't Trump do this long-term funding for these guys? Like a long-term, they didn't have to go back annually?
When he was in office, I think he donated got the federal government to give like $200 million, but HBCUs need at least $1 billion. Now back to what Ken was saying. There are African Americans that go into the STEM field, but they found out through the sociological study that they have a better chance of succeeding if they go to a HBCU versus a predominantly white institution because they'll get more emotional support at the HBCU versus at the PWI. So I would say there are African Americans that are going, but even still, we still make less than a white school goes to the engineering field. Like on average, the average African American.
So I can saying read physics, and you are saying even if they read physics, they still come out below the bottom.
Like the average American engineer makes like about 86,000, and the average white engineer makes about 100 plus.
That's a problem.
So it's like we can't.
That's a problem right there.
There's a public policy problem.
Sorry, just a minute. So that is saying that I know that it's true. After Americans, even when they get higher degrees, when they go to Wall Street, for example, like they're literally discriminating. They are African American investment bankers generally probably will not get as much opportunities compared to a Caucasian bankers. Even Asian investment bankers and academia, they also tend to get discriminated against. It's just that the percentage of Asians that tend to be those highly skilled professions tends to be very, very high. There is discrimination even against Asians themselves. So now the thing is this. I think that that's a phenomenal problem that is coming up for American because of the historical discrimination in those communities. A lot of people in those communities don't tend to have the whole of income. And there are some proposals currently to get much more cash to African Americans and right from what they want. So there's this proposal from it's now the University of North Carolina. It's called the Solidarity. It's on Twitter.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought him up. He's really getting their research.
Yeah. So Solidarity has the baby bonds proposal, which is actually a big, in the sense that basically there's a race neutral amount that almost now people's accounts every month, right from what they're spending. So race neutral in the sense that because if you don't do it in a race neutral way, probably may not pass through Congress. But when you do it in a race neutral way, because of the way it's moved, so the nation and the way in which American demographics have changed, proportionately benefit Hispanics, African Americans, and people. So that's another way that some that will change. Because if we look through the whole thing of just saying, okay, African Americans going to more higher and feel that generations.
Yeah, it doesn't get changed. He's right about that.
It's gonna have a plan, like long-term plan.
To get the situation where a lot of Caucasian and white families will continue to move ahead. Very to Americans who are Caucasian. Currently, the black population has about 10% of the wealth of the white family. Basically, an African American that goes to university has the same level of work, but lower work than the white person just finish the system. That's how bad multiplication is. So to just say, oh, people should just pull resources together, it's easy. This is that done, and we will not deal with the 400 years of discrimination that African Americans have faced in the North American continent. So these are some of the proposals that have done in terms of improving African American work.
Good points.
Then I think then there's this. So finally, there's this town, I think, in Maryland. I can't remember the name of the town now, but it's the only town I think where the African American population is really thriving.
Oh, you're talking about Prince George's County. Yeah, PG County. Prince George's County, Maryland. Yep.
Yes, it's Maryland. It's Maryland. I think there's a special story about that. Well, reading about that in the article 3 months ago. And what I realized was one thing that tends to happen there is that a lot of African Americans in that county work for Uncle Sam, they work for federal government. And they also tend to have high levels of education. The public schools, they are disproportionately better than the typical public school that the typical African American goes to any part of the US. I mean, just have to be able to gain income and wealth and people move up to become like that. So that's another thing that will happen. There will be much more government recruitment of African Americans in the top echelons of Uncle's family.
Good point. So I can just to be clear, are you saying that because their jobs are from the government is more secure, more well-paying?
Yes.
Was that a factor?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a fact.
Okay. Just want to make sure people follow.
In higher income countries, that in the US there's a correlation between property taxes that are raised in a specific school district and the education in the public schools there, because public schools tend to be funded by property taxes. So the higher the property taxes, the more that the school board can invest in the secondary school and all of that. So that's like the correlation and how that works in terms of people. And generally, children that tend to go to those types of very good schools, African American children that go to those kind of schools tend to also, if they go to better universities, tend to have better connections, like familial and societal connections, which that their earnings prospects going forward
is better. Gotcha. Good point, Aki. Good point. Yeah. Good
what
point.
I want to say to that is the reason why African Americans historically have done good with federal government jobs is because the federal government is least likely to discriminate on African Americans compared to private sector jobs. You can easily sue the federal government versus a corporation for acts of discrimination. So many jobs like the post office, local city jobs have taken many African Americans out of poverty, and that's how Prince George County became very wealthy, because many of the African Americans that lived in poor neighborhoods in Southeast, Northeast DC got federal government jobs during Mayor DeBerry, who's the first African American mayor of DC, and they took those federal government jobs and they went into PG County and it became the majority, because PG County was nothing but farmland. So that's how a lot of African Americans in PG County that are wealthy now were basically 1 or 2 generations away from poverty.
Interesting.
Yeah, like their grandparents were poor, they went to the county, got federal government jobs.
No, I can. Let me get someone else to come in here. I appreciate great point.
I just want to suggest to people that you can listen to, that African American scholars that you can follow, to get more insights into all of this. Then Solidarity, SANDY, Diarity, DARITY. Then there's Trevor Logan, TREVON, LOGAN. Then I'll suggest you could also look at the Bill Squirrel. He is in the University of Minnesota, the AFL-CIO chief economist.
Are you spelling his last name?
Akin,
you gotta tweet this. Akin, you gotta tweet this on the flyer thingy, right? So that people can follow, because no one's gonna follow right now. Make sure you tweet it.
I want to ask Aki a question. Now, the Jews have a dominant power over the financial industry. The Asians maybe mom and pop store. What industry would you say the African Americans have a leverage or competitive advantage on?
To be honest with you, I'd say that some of the stereotypes in terms of things of sports. Yes, sports. I'll say, can I say I can answer that question from what that's sports? But I'm not at home too. But then there's some lower end jobs for those who are that's the problem. Like a lot of leaders don't even find the amount of the private sector. They don't generally pay well. There have been sectors where pay growth has little to nothing over the last 10 years. That's unfortunate about the Americans. But I won't treat the academics, the American academics that you don't follow. Some of what you tweet have been very depressing at times. That's the American problem. Civil rights has been literally nothing, especially the economic progress of African Americans. Since Martin Luther King has been close to non-existent.
I have another question for you, Aki. Aki, I have another question. If Nigeria and Africa as a continent booms economically, how do you think that will affect the African American?
and like, then secondly, that there would also be an immigration of some African Americans from the US based on the level of immigration coming back to African society to come and help. I don't think the level of, let's say, Liberia, for example, or in the case of like activity like expats in African countries, of course, they stop. So in terms of being able to earn more income compared to what they're earning, there's would actually perform. So I think those are possibilities, but those things are still far off, and in the next 20 years, it's very unlikely that those types of things will happen.
Excellent, good job. Aki, great job. Thanks so much. I mean, please remember to tweet those things.
Did you have a second comment?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Aki, where did you hear about David Derry? Did you watch his videos, or did you go to like school? Did you go to Duke University or something, or how did you hear about David Derry?
So I studied business economics university, and in my university, I did study things about development economics, and then I somehow stumbled upon him. I think he was on this panel about transportation economics with some academics from Princeton, and then there's this psychology program, I think.
Oh yeah, I know about that. Yeah, studied the outlook for males and
Yeah. So some saying the same panel as things like this, and the led psychology about the group dynamics, and that was how I was. I then followed up and listened to some of his work, read a lot of his work, and then I then found out a lot about the that he proposed that the very contrary here. And there's some good ones that feel very interesting. There's actually a sub-segment of the economy that feel to me. That's why I'm interested. So that's how I talk to the constant directly, and people like today and the likes in the Howard University Economic Department. I suggest anyone that is interested in Black economic department should just go to Howard University Economic Department. They're chock full of a lot of people that are that kind of study about American economics. Then there's this man.
What's the guy from Howard? What's their name? The people from Howard, write this down.
Mansa and Aki, I'm going to have you guys. Yeah, because I mean, it's great information, Aki. Don't get me wrong. I want you to keep talking, but I want others to have a say, right? So please, if you can, yeah, just post it up. Yeah, I appreciate. If you send a link, I would tweet it out right out to everyone. I do appreciate all the comments. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for sharing. Let me get Femi in here. Femi Conscious 15. Go ahead, sir. I've got.
Okay. Good evening.
How you doing?
Lagos. I'm doing fine. You?
Very, very well, sir. Thanks for asking.
Okay. I'm not a big expert in subjects like this, but I just want to share a few perspectives as a person living in Africa. I feel like when you talk about other communities in America, like the Chinese, the Indians, and the Jews, it's always easy for them to like progress because they have like the base. You understand? For instance, the Jews, they created a state of Israel for them to have like a base. You understand? Plus their history of having advantages. And the Chinese, I think, the Chinese got more respect in the United States after China started growing well. So the fact that Africa is low in terms of economic equity worldwide is affecting the Black community a lot in the United States because they don't have any other place to go to. And I feel a solution to that would be cultural integration. There is a discord between Black Americans and the Africans. And you can tell by the way, you have to kind of sort of stand for each other. So if there's a kind of like a cultural margin, You know, like for instance, when the Africans had independence in the early 60s, there were a lot of Pan-Africanist movement that was sprung up. A lot of African leaders had meetings in the United States trying to bring the culture together. I think the death of such, you know, activity played a big part, you know, in making bringing disadvantage to the African community over there. And also talking about culture, I think, you know, for instance, someone said that if an African goes to the United States, most of the time they are the determined part of the group. Unlike African Americans that they were just born there, you know, they don't have they didn't consciously move to that location like other immigrants. They are born there, so they're born in the system. And when you have a system, a justice system, from what I've read, I've not been in the United States, that incarcerates people over petty crimes, and they have this on the record, and it goes on to affect their employment life. I think that's a big disadvantage. And the culture itself, for instance, the kind of thing, you know, for Africans, we're cultural people. Even though we're not, the African Americans don't live in Africa anymore, I think it's still in our blood that we as a community will move in a particular direction. And young black males growing up in a very violent culture, you know, being promoted by music and movies and all that, when they feel that, you know, this is cool to do, you know, they can easily fall into that trap. You understand? Unlike if they have more conscious music, for instance, hip hop started as a conscious movement and it was watered down to what it is today. You understand? If they have more things like that, because you're more influenced by things like that easily than, you know, having to take your time to go and study. You know, with other cultural influence that they get easy access to, it can influence the character and behavior and affect the mindset that we think can actually help, you know, a child grow in a good way. That's one part of it. Now, Africa needs to rise, you know, and bringing African leaders up, you know, bringing the community, the economy of Africa up will eventually affect Black community there. And when they talk about religion, I think, for instance, we have big churches in Nigeria. What I feel, Mr. Enoch says something about the fact that we need to build people. You know, the church wants to build people. And sometimes when you have the deck stacked against you, it's hard for you to actually be that better person. So for instance, if the churches, you know, that can pool resources, for instance, I attend churches, I'm not a very religious person, but I attend churches, and I know that, for instance, if like you want to have an event in the church, maybe like they want to purchase something for the church, they raise funds. You know, the crowd funds, you know, and source funds within the community and say, okay, let's build a school or let's build a new auditorium. And you see them building this auditorium that costs large amounts of money. For instance, if they take that particular, they make that kind of suggestion and say, okay, let's build a cooperative, like maybe a financial institution, maybe through a social level that you guys are talking about or something else. Okay, let us donate money and build this financial institution, and everybody that comes from this particular church can actually access finance through that particular institution that was created by that church. I think that will generate more wealth because, you know, you can't just, they're not everybody that can just walk to other people. We're not very good at, not everybody is good at personal skills. You understand? You can't just, a poor guy can just probably just walk up to a rich man. It happens once in a while, but it's not very easy. But when you have people like that with resources in that particular community and you create a financial institution via that church, first of all, it will even move more people towards that religion because they know that, okay, if I'm part of this community and I can have access to this thing, it will actually grow the religion and, you know, vice versa.
I got you. I got you, Ferry. Yeah, I mean, I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. And I think this point again keeps coming back of us linking back up to the African American community, the African community linking back up to the African American community. That point is coming up, and I think it's something we shouldn't miss out. We have to link, do a reach out, and see how we can play together. They need, we need. We have, they have. We've got to basically come together and see how we can essentially work together. That's what I keep hearing everyone saying, and to me, that's pleasant to hear. Mohammed, hi, Mohammed Umar. What's up? Hey, Mohammed, hi, you can unmute. Let me see if we got you up there. What's the speaker? Mohammed, if you're not ready, I'm going to get Practical Economist. How you doing, sir?
Hello.
Hey, how you doing? Okay, Mohammed is up. Practical Economist, just holding a bit. Mohammed, hey, go for it.
It's nice to be in this place.
Thank you so much, yeah.
I would like to mention one part, which is about lifestyle, alcoholism, and drugs, so to say.
Of who?
Statistics of the Black Americans.
What about Mohammed? Are you serious now?
I am looking at it from this perspective, where most of them are into drugs.
Most of them.
That's not true.
Most of them.
That is not true.
Let him finish.
Sorry, let me calm down before you can from the statistics of those in prisons, you barely see the white from the drugs and I feel it's a society where they are accustomed to drugs, so to say.
I don't think so. I don't think so, Mohammed.
Let me debunk that.
No, Master, hold on. Mohammed, in Nigeria, we have a drug problem in Nigeria too. We have, and you know it. I don't want to call names.
We are looking at the US community in comparison to the white, right?
The whites are also in jail for drugs too.
But that of the Black Americans is most prevalent. So let's just discuss it.
I don't think so. I think we're trying to do victim shaming. But Mansa, go for it.
Okay, Muhammad, when you say that Black Americans eat drugs, that's not true. Sociologically, white Americans do drugs at the same rate and many times more than Black Americans. The thing is, Black Americans go to jail at a more higher rate than white Americans for drugs. They get slapped with rates. During the crack epidemic, crack is a derivative of cocaine. Whites were doing cocaine more than Black Americans, but Black Americans were doing crack more. The United States government and the federal government basically was sentencing Black Americans for crack and giving slaps on the wrist for cocaine to whites. If you did, many people say that drug tests are class. If you go to work jobs like that, fast food places, you work in service jobs, they make you do drug tests. So they look for weed and stuff like that. But many people that have worked in engineering, law, corporate said that the whites do cocaine. That's one of the reasons why they don't drug test at these high professional jobs. It's because many white people have said that if you do a drug test, I will leave. This is all sociological studies. They do drugs at an even more rate. If you look at the heroin epidemic that is going through white America, the difference is this policy. They're going in and helping white families out. And you see videos daily of white parents, overdosing on heroin and their kids are in the car or they're in the bathroom or they're at home. It's the difference is the government responsible. When Black Americans were doing drugs, the government was basically like lock them up. When white Americans were doing the drugs, the government was like, oh, we have to come in, we have to rehabilitate them. Oh, we need to help them out, but let's not take their kids away from them. The government did not have that response for Black Americans. That's a stereotype. That is a stereotype.
So I mean, I think he's making the point, just to make sure that he understands the point that you're making. Whites and blacks do drugs, or blacks are jailed more for the same drug offense. There is a drug problem. There is a drug problem in America. That we can't hide that. But I think the further point to add clarity or color to the comments is that blacks are jailed for the same offense at a higher rate than whites. And I think that's a problem because it takes away workforce, takes away fathers from the communities, and this also goes back and contributes to why we see these demographic issues happening. Like we said at the very beginning, inheritance is more for white families than for black families. If your dad is in jail, what are you going to inherit from your dad that's in jail? So I think, Mohammed, I just want to make sure that your point is not, I'm not trying to like throw water on your point. Your point is well taken, but I think Mansa is giving you a bit more color in terms of that drug issue. Does that make sense?
Of course, it makes a lot of sense. And that's why I said we can discuss it in detail.
Gotcha.
Glad you made the point that you are collaborating with that as well. Thank you.
Excellent. I appreciate you for putting that. Thank you so much. Practical Economist, hop right in. What's up?
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Hey, how you doing? What's happening?
Mr. Carlo. I'm fine. How you doing today?
Very, very well.
So, I'm just going to go straight to the point. I mean, a lot of it said about the whole situation, and I've learned a lot. And I think I buy into Mr. Enna, let me get his name right, Mr. Enna Urubu's idea, which comes on perspective, changing the narrative, changing the mindset. And I think one of the biggest things that we need to do, Black America need to understand is this. We need to be big on collaboration and big on and intentional about transparent words. One of the biggest problems we have amongst not only Black America, amongst Black is that we like this classist mentality whereby we want to hide things from the other person. So I'm wealthy, I got an opportunity and I'm wealthy. I have to say, bro, how you think happened that oh my God, with that God? Yeah, I know God did it for you, but can you please at least share with the idea? What are the opportunities you did? What did you do? How did you come about it? I want to know. So this is a big problem. And again, we have this situation whereby people get wealthy, especially in Black America, people get wealthy, and they leave the project or they leave the community where they are from, and they move to these high-broad areas in California and New York and everything, and they buy these high-broad houses, high fences, and get it up. And that's it. And they forget that they came out from a project. They are once from the project, and they understand the reality of what people are going through. And now, I'm a Christian, so God has blessed you. You are now of privilege. I mean, it depends on you. You owe to your community to transfer that same thing back to them. I mean, the Bible says in Luke, to whom more privilege is given to, more is expected from him. So if you are now worthy, you're now means of an opportunity. It all depends on you. It depends on you too now. Transfer to ask them, how do I improve my community? What are the brainer? What are the high points? What are the value? What are the positive? How do I extract these two values and it benefits the economy of my community? Because from what everybody has been saying on this space for the past 3 hours on this space, which is that it is an intentional move to keep the Black Americans poor. So the system that is designed to keep you guys poor, we don't want to help you out. So it now boils down to the few amongst you in the Black community who are now of privilege, who are now of means, to say, how do I expand my means so that it trickles down more to the guys who are below the pyramid in my communities? The white folks will not do that because they are not interested in doing that. They like science to be like that. The white school will not think about it, will not sit down for hours brainstorming on an idea on how it because they don't want to. But it is the Black folks who are now of privileged means, who have access to this system, to this financial system, to this social capital. How? And I think about ways how we can attract this thing. How do I tap in from it so that it benefits my community? So in essence, Blacks need to be intentional about collaboration and transfer wealth. I mean, if you look at back in the 1920s, 1930s, before the era of venture capitalists, the wealth were within a few hands, especially the Carnegies, the Rockefellers, the JP Morgans. But it took someone, a professor of George Gerold, who says, hell no, these guys are rich because why? They have access to this financial system, this financial instrument. But we have bright folks who are white, who are among us, who are not bright, who have game-changing ideas, but they do not have access to this capital and how you can benefit us all. And they brought about venture capitalists. What venture capitalism was, it democratizes the access of finance. So it means a sum of a nobody who has a game-changing idea, be it a product or a service, has market value and has market that can scale, gets access to capital. And this same person who has access to capital becomes rich. And the intention, he knows where it's coming from. He asks himself, okay, what do I do to benefit my host community? And that is how the whites are going to transfer wealth from generation to generation. So the Blacks need to embody this same idea too.
So we need to, copy what works more or less. Copy what's working.
What works. When you are privileged, you need to ask the same question to how do I transfer my wealth down to people below me? So no one will do this for you. It is the Black who will do it for them because they understand the problem. they have been there, so they understand the problem there, and they know how to exploit this sport better. So that is all I have to say. I don't stay in America, I don't live in America, but all I can say is what I have seen from the years.
Akin, you were saying, yeah, let's speak up a bit, Akin.
Okay.
Akin, can you speak up a bit? We couldn't hear you.
Okay. So I said now push back on this narrative about black people not investing in their community. They do invest in their community. The idea that somehow venture capital that will change everything for African Americans is the wrong idea. Because if you look at venture capital currently as the economy constituted, it's basically highly educated by population. A lot of black people account for just under 3% of the amount of venture capital that we do. Like, it's something I saw it as a bit at yesterday. And because of this upcoming venture capital recession, which some people are people drop below down to 2% threshold. So this idea that somehow people are not getting money and go to California and they go to the parts of Calabasas in California and putting up high homes and that's like African American people they're involved in a lot of work. It's much more than just saying people are just trying to hide that that's the reason why, for example, some of the things that we work for not necessarily work as for the African American population. For example, go to some parts of the South, like in Alabama, some of those places. Those things that
I think Lagos is better. Lagos is better if you go there.
And we think like Louisiana that has the highest level of African American incarceration where you find counties that put the police department, they arrest African Americans systemically and systematically over policing black community so that they will arrest them and collect money so that the council will be working on the incarceration of black bodies. These things still happen in US practice. So this whole idea that some African Americans are much more crime related or they do more crimes than everyone. When they cracked them, what tended to happen was that police, because they wanted to wrap up already, they will go and overlook at the African American people. So it's not because there's somehow some crime in African American culture or anything like that.
Good point. Yeah, good point, Aki.
Sorry, sir, can I just say something?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Yeah. So he was saying something about
I'm going to ask you a question that maybe you can try to answer.
Anna, yeah.
So my question is, I want to make Aki and Mansa to give it a shot. I asked the question initially, what industry the Jews own the finance sector? The Indians own mom and pop store. So my question to Akin was, what industry does the African American hold? And they say rap. So my big question now, in the context of
entertainment.
Well, rap is owned by white. No, I'm going somewhere. Master, let me land. Master, 1 minute. Now let's assume, based on what Akin said, let's assume the blacks own the rap industry. My question is, based on the culture, has rap done more damage to the black community and the black image and the black ecosystem than benefited the black community?
Sorry, I have to say, this whole trope about talking about rap as though rap is the thing is rap is basically an art. There's nothing necessarily.
So what I'm trying to say, I read that report about last 2 years about Black America needs to be intentional about transferring wealth and collaborating with those who are on the lower spectrum, because the system already is rigged against them. So I'm going to give you a very typical example. Now, imagine somebody like Jay-Z, for example, who may not be because I say, okay, he goes to a company and say, like, I'm going to need 5 best ideas that are scalable from all Black. I'm going to reappraise this idea, and I'm going to hold you guys by the hand, and I'm going to knock on the doors of business. Now, these Black guys, even with their own ideas on their own, because the system is really against them, not able to have access to this business community. But when you have a bigger portfolio like this, you say, okay, no, I'm going to hold you on your hand, I'm going to knock down those businesses. Ideally, you know that those businesses will be willing to listen. If assuming those guys come on their own, but when Jay-Z being a smart figure there, they will be willing to listen. So this is how this is what I'm talking about, being intentional about cooperating. Now, nobody's going to force you to invest. Jay-Z says you must agree. So these are the kind of things we need to be encouraged. These are the kind of confidence we have. How do we have those guys who are successful in Wall Street, in finance, in medicine, come down to the communities and mentor? And not just only mentor them, help these guys who you are mentoring become successful, to achieve skill. So this is the kind of talking to be happening right now, because this is what they said the Jews did. The Jews, the earlier foundation or generation of the Jews were successful, were intentional about transferring this skill set to fellow Jews. So they brought this idea, but they bring more Jews from Jerusalem or from Israel to America. And when they bring them to America, they bring them under their cover and they mentor them. And when they mentor them, according to your skill set, they give you more tax. And over time, these guys become better at this whole thing, and they have to transfer this wealth of finance for one generation to another generation. And the Jews are thinking about this today. So the Black Americans need to be intentional about how do we transfer wealth. And the first is that where do we have comparative advantage? Okay, we have comparative advantage in entertainment and in sports. Okay, so how do we do it now? How do we make it more possible to do that situation whereby we create inclusivity, whereby it is easier for a Black American kid who has talent in sports or in entertainment to enter the system, so the system does not shut them out.
Okay, so now let me answer these questions. Okay, so let me answer these questions. First and foremost, all these things that you're saying, they're currently happening in the African American community. For example, there is this venture capital firm called Harlem Capital. It's run by Black founders. Now, the thing is, it's a venture capital fund. It's not a big fund. It's about, I believe, about $100 million fund. So we have people like Serena that are also investing in businesses, both Black and female, and also just mainstream businesses. And I think our fund is possibly about $20 million or something like that. Well, we do have these funds, even in terms of investment management. One of the most underrated investors in the US is this man called I've forgotten his name, but he's the founder of Ariel Investments in Chicago that has over $7 billion in assets under management. Ariel Investment, that's ARIEL Investments.
Isn't that a lady? Isn't that a lady? The Starbucks lady. Isn't that a Starbucks lady?
So the president is Melody Hobson.
That's her now, the Starbucks lady.
So the president is Melody Hobson, the lady that I just mentioned now, but then the person that founded the office and a lot of the people that work in that investing.
Gotcha. Because she's my hero. Yeah.
So now the thing is, there are African American investors out there that are actually doing a lot of work. We're talking about even we're talking about the Jewish community. The Jewish community actually took years. Like it took decades before they were able to leverage all these things. So yes, because you're not hearing of these things now, does not mean that these things are not happening. Yeah, so the name of the Ariel Investments man is John Rogers. John Rogers actually is a big and very, very successful investor in the US. He's an African American himself. A lot of the people that work with him are people of color, people like Will Powell and Stanley, who is like a top international investor in the US and everything. So now the thing is this. So all these things you're saying, these things are happening. Are they happening at the scale and the level of publicity that you want? Maybe not. That should be expected due to the level of wealth and everything in some of these
good point. Good point,
I won't say that the level of expertise in African American community is just basically just sports and entertainment. I think there are a whole lot. There are African Americans in Caltech that are scientists and all of that. It's just like you don't hear so much about them. But the thing is that the ones that are much more, that people hear much more about, the things of the rappers, the singers and the like. And even some of them are investing their money in the African American entrepreneurs, African American change makers, innovators, and the like. So please don't just think that people are just taking their monies and stashing it in Swiss accounts and giving it to their children as the African American billionaires and billionaires. It's much more complicated than that.
Yeah, good back and forth, guys. Good back and forth. I think we're learning. Good back and forth. Anna, do you want to add something to close it out?
You know, actually, you just answered my question. Aki and Mansa, has the rap industry, like function of culture, has affected culture, has led to crime, shooting, and all of that?
I am not exactly sure.
That's it. That question, Anna, is leading. Yeah, I mean.
Don't get me wrong. Some situations you have people where they use rap to kind of like accelerate their own criminal intent, but no, this is always so. That's like saying, do white boys beat women? Do they rape women because of rock and roll? Any sociologist would say no. It's already poverty. When you put somebody in a poverty environment, they will do those things. It has nothing to do with the music. It's kind of like in Nigeria. Why do a lot of Nigerians in northern Nigeria they go on killing sprees and stuff like that? It has to do with poverty. Simple. Anything around the world you see people doing things, it's not the music, it's not the culture, it is poverty. Poverty is the root. And when people say poverty, they say money is the root of all evil. No, I say poverty is the condition that we're in. The majority of rappers come from a poor background. Majority are poor. They come from a rags to riches. You know, the typical rapper rags to riches where they grew up in a project.
Yeah.
Or they were just poor. So it's just poverty. That's the reason why the crime is. And if you look at it, crime has gone down since the 80s. Crime has gone down. The only thing people conservatives don't talk about is Chicago, but the homicide rates in various cities in America have gone drastically down compared to the 80s. The 80s
that is true.
Wow. And that was because of the crack epidemic. So a lot of this stuff when it comes to rap is just conservative talking points that they just wanted to scapegoat route for systemic issues that the government has failed to do anything about and address.
Great comeback, Master. I appreciate that.
In the crime rate in the US, the drop in the crime rate in the US is also a testament to improved public policy. So, for example, yes, it's the crack epidemic contributed to a whole lot of the spike in crime in the 80s. But another thing that is not well appreciated is the removement. So it's when the US government, when Uncle Sam basically banned the sale of leaded petrol. Lead is known to lead to cognitive impairment,
diminution,
and all of that, leading to much more violence.
Wait, but don't we have lead in Nigeria?
So
don't we have lead petrol in Nigeria?
So we don't sell leaded petrol anymore. I think we last sold it possibly in the late 2000s.
Okay.
But the effects will very likely kick in the next 10 to 20 years time. The effect of banning leaded petrol will probably kick in 10, 20 years time, because that's the lag that it takes before crime starts to drop, or you would expect that crime will start to drop because of the fact that the lead has been banned in petrols and all of that.
Good points.
So basically, yeah, those things. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me get some guys to drop in. Dozier, what's up?
Yeah, hello. I'm sorry, I don't live in the US. I live in the UK, but I've been on this space and I've learned quite a lot of things. And to be honest, like what you guys are discussing here is not too far away from what we have here. In the UK, for instance, it's just about 20% of the black households that are homeowners, as opposed to like 60-something% of like Asians. You know, so it's somewhat similar to what we're experiencing here. And I think like some of the issues I find here could also be applicable in America. Something like, for instance, I think blacks that do well sometimes tend to do well on things that are based on like an individual's skill or talent, as opposed to building things like businesses that can empower more people. If what I'm saying makes sense. Like we talked about the rap thing, the sports things. It's not a sports person. It's his muscles and natural ability that is kind of making him wealthy. That good, at